What's going on? I just wanted to go live. I just don't really have that much on my mind. I've been watching YouTube most of the day, like a 5 year old. Um, and basically, I just be listening, man. I be compelled. I be compelled to come out the shadows, man. I ain't gonna lie, like I be really compelled. But you know what? You know what I'm reminded of, and it's kind of the differences between men and women. Men do because of mainly unchecked egos, or just basically because our kind of like carnalistic ego, because our ego is so much of a part of us. Men men really don't listen to other men, even men of high regard. Men don't really listen to those men. If a man did listen to a man, it damn near has to be a cosign from a man of like high regard, or let's even say the cool guys club. A man would he would only listen to, I've seen this my whole life. He would only listen to someone that's in the cool guys club. And if you're not in the cool guys club, you're not or you're not rich, or some type of man with high regard. Typically typically a rich person, right? An elite person, right? That's what I mean by a man of quote unquote high regard. you know so it's like, with women, they basically will listen to other women if they think it's good advice, if they think it's something that will benefit them. They don't really give a hell. One of the pros about women, as far as superpowers about women, a woman will listen to a woman like that's in the hood, that's a hood rat, Keisha, that's in the projects. A woman that's a lawyer will listen and take that woman serious, that's in the projects. She don't care that she traps food stamps out the projects or anything like that. She'll listen to that woman. If it's something that she thinks that will benefit her, she will take that woman's advice and she'll try to put it into fruition. Men, because of our ego, we tend to not, and I'll be honest, like, I ain't gonna lie. I was listening. I was I ain't gonna cap, man. I was listening to Zero. I was listening to Zero, uh content creator by Zero. And he was talking about this. But the thing is this, right? One of the things that I'll have to say is that, and it's kind of why I stay in the shadows and stuff like that. Um, even if a man listen, even if a man like basically gave you the golden game book or some shit, right? Because he was talking about game. Even if a guy came and gave you this golden game book of how I'm winning with bitches in America, um, 2024 edition, men will not listen. Excuse me. Let me get some water. They won't listen because, again, like, men, if they don't look at you as a man of no, high regard, or you're not part of the cool kids club, they'll dismiss what you have to say, because um they might think that you know what I'm saying, it's not credible for whatever reason. And it's like, you learn that over time. You like, okay, well, even if I gave a motherfucker some type of information or intel, they'll just spin it and just, you know what I'm saying, absolutely not take it into, put it into practice, anything like that. So even if a motherfucker did give you quote unquote the information and not hoard information, other men won't listen. And you see that all the time. Like, I see this on YouTube, on social media all the time. Even friends that I know, it's guys that I know, like, for example, I know a guy that he works construction, and he doesn't sometimes he has work stoppages where he's out of work for a period of time. But when he's working, being a union construction worker or whatever, he makes a decent amount of coin. Like, no cap, like he makes about let's say like 30 something dollars an hour or something like that, plus unlimited overtime. Because when you work in construction, one of the things about construction, a lot of times you can get overtime, because when you building something, they want the thing built. They want whatever, like, for example, the Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. I was saying it like they said. Somebody outside of Baltimore say Baltimore, but somebody that's from Baltimore, they say Baltimore. I was about to say it correctly, like a Baltimorean. But yeah, like when that thing actually gets rebuilt, most likely that construction project. I used to work construction when I was like 19. No, I was 18 actually. Uh, no, I was 19. But basically, you can get unlimited overtime because they want the damn thing built yesterday. So if you can get it done faster with, a bunch of people working extra overtime, they'll let you do it. So basically what I'm saying is, he'll make a decent amount of coin when he is working. So he'll make, like, I think last time I talked to him, he said he made like damn near $30,000. He made $30,000 working construction, and basically overtime and regular time and stuff like that. Plus, he gets unemployment each time he's out of work. Construction workers, they out of work a lot of times because work stoppages, cold weather, all kind of stuff. But anyway, $20,000 is a lot of money to have all at once. Usually people make that over, depending on how much they make. The average income earner is like slightly less than $40,000 a year. So that's like pretty much damn near close to what people make an entire year. He makes that within a couple months of working, with overtime, with basically regular time and all of that. So long story short, he's terrible with money. He's, most people are not really good with money. Money is a thing that you kind of got to learn. Like, it's an art to it, like anything else. It's like learning how to draw. For example, my kids, man, they know how to draw better than I do. And um I'm, I just, what I'm saying, I don't practice drawing. That's not something, it's never something that I was into. My kids, that's what they into. They into drawing. So they're pretty good at drawing. You finances is like that too. Like if you're really into it, if damn near if you into any damn thing, you're going to be good at it over time because you continue to study, research, work at it. You gonna be good at it. But the thing with him, he got this money, these big lump sums of money, which I don't even make money like that. I would have to work months to make that, and get it, all at one time and be able to. I mean, of course, being able to save it is also challenging because I think he was living with his mother. So you living with somebody else, you could save money and all that type of stuff better and easier. But the thing is that again, he's not good with money. So he asked me one time, what should I do as far as like how do I make a living and all that. I told him what I do. Basically I do IT work, and then I invest and stuff like that. And I told him, like, man, you got to get into real estate. I mean, I don't care how you do it, you got to get in. You got to get something. And it's like that's not he's not understanding that shit. Like if a average woman, probably, if she got that advice from one of her girlfriends, she gonna buy some real estate probably within a month. Might even be like less than a month. She's gonna just go right into it and do it. You know what I'm saying? Men, we have a problem, both sides of the tail, based off of our ego. One, uh, the person that's delivering the message. If we got a problem with that person, then we're not gonna take heed to the message. And then a lot of times, to be honest with you, I mean, what I told him, I mean, I have a YouTube channel, and I shit, I want to get paid for my advice and stuff like that, and I have in certain regards, but it's like I don't want to be giving out information like that because advice, people have financial advisors, and they pay a lot of money for financial advisors that like tell them what to do, how to move their money and stuff like that. I mean, the thing is that people pay financial advisors because they believe that they have pretty good advice and it's worth something. Well, a lot of times men are dumber than even women, in a sense where our ego delays us on making key decisions and really fulfilling living a fulfilled life, takes away from us living a fulfilled life. And then also, even if a motherfucker gave you some advice, like I seen that no more than I have seen that on YouTube. Someone that could have worked Wall Street. You got a lot of bright people, man. A lot of people that have had, a lot of different jobs, careers, experiences, giving free advice. And then people don't even take heed to it. They don't even take heed to what people normally would just not even say anything about. They'll just keep their mouth closed. Like, because people know they don't want to, you know what I'm saying, see nobody else come up, because men are very, very competitive. What benefits men helps them breed more, helps them have more babies, helps them have more women, attract more women, all of that type of stuff. So that's why a lot of times men are very territorial with other men that have means, because that's why dudes want to rob other dudes and all that type of stuff, because you have what you know attracts other women. You gotta if you got a if you got a demon Hellcat, like I know cars, you know what I'm saying? I might I might be a little squarish on the side of the delivery of my, message or whatever, but I'm very much in tune. I know about the Hellcats, the different Hellcats, the demon, the shoot, they got different versions, but I know the demon is like, think it's like close to 1,000 horsepower or some shit like that, and it's very rare. They're gonna start making electric Hellcats pretty soon. But the thing is, if you got that car, you know what I'm saying, or fuck the car, like a Hellcat, fuck a Hellcat. How about a race with the star ceilings, with the little stars in the fucking, you know what I'm saying, interior canopy of the car and shit. When you got shit like that, custom Italian leather seats and shit like that, yeah, women like those trinkets and shit like that. They do. They absolutely like. That's a, they call those chick magnets. All those are things that chicks like. You know what I'm saying? Chicks did cars. You know what I'm saying? That shit go back to my grandma and my great grandma. Like chicks, you know what I'm saying? They don't like to walk. I learned that in high school. If you had a car, you know what I'm saying? Chicks, man, they go out their way. You can go places, have privacy and shit like that. A car is literally a makeshift fucking house on wheels and shit. You can go somewhere, get it on in the parking lot, all of that type of shit. So the thing is this: everything that you have as far as your knowledge that works, it's another opportunity for you to make more money, make more capital, um, get more, options. You know what I'm saying? As far as dating and mating. So it's like the thing is that men don't, because of men's ego, they don't listen. Even if they get the advice, even if a guy is kind enough to disclose the quote unquote, like, ways you can make a living, or ways you can, you know have a better life, basically, right? What does it say? My people suffer from a lack of knowledge, right? You give a motherfucker knowledge, and then they still won't listen. You know what I'm saying? You could be like, okay, I'm my brother's keeper, and I just give you the game or give you some insight and understanding, because of cats unchecked ego and shit. They still won't listen. I seen, it is no other place than YouTube that I have seen that in work. I mean, of course, I know I've had friends, again, like I said, I have friends that I know from college and shit like that. Yeah, they don't listen either. They dumb as hell. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I don't know how I look to anybody else. I really don't. And I don't really care. I mean, the older you get, the less you will care about that, most likely. Some people, they get it earlier than others. But I'll say this. It's like I was cutting my grass. I got a big ass lot to cut. I have like literally have two lots that I have to cut. And I don't have a riding lawnmower. I'm trying to get one. So I don't know, like Negroes in Indiana are really nosy. Okay, that's one of the things that I notice about like blacks in Indiana. They are extremely nosy. So what will happen is, one of the things I noticed um is like, okay, when I was cutting the grass, and this has happened before. Um I would be like cutting the grass, and then motherfucker just do a goddamn it damn near full stop, and then they'll look at your basically your property. They'll look at your house. I got damn near, okay. I worked. You know what I'm saying. You know, I got a few cars and shit. I got like a small distressed used car lot now on my property because I bought another car, a couple months ago. Um, the thing is that they were staring, like looking, checking out my house and shit. Probably live in the neighborhood, and you know they, what I'm saying, they noticed that my house is fixed up. It wasn't, it was my house pretty much was abandoned for like 20 years. Somebody said, or 15 years. So it's like, they see somebody working on it and shit. They just do a full stop and shit. That's weird. But, people in Indiana don't really have that much money, man. It's money. These dudes will kill you over some money, man, for real. Like it's different than like what a dude will kill you for in Illinois. Dudes in Illinois will kill you probably over some pussy. But in Indiana, man, they probably kill you over small amounts of money because motherfuckers ain't got money like that. That's another thing I noticed. But long story short, I mean, it's like, cats a lot of times they don't even want to listen to what you got to say. They lazy. They don't want to do it exactly how you did it or put up the that's another thing. They don't want to put up the actual struggle to actually do what it takes to get some type of money or whatever. They just want to see, they want to have a finished product. They want to have, the job, the cushy office job, the cushy IT job, you know what I'm saying, where you use mainly your brains and not, go clock in at some type of warehouse where you gotta fucking wear a back brace, um, and some gloves every day because you doing manual labor for the man. And it's like, yeah, they don't necessarily, um they do want to get out of that situation, but it's like they don't want to actually do the physical actual labor of taking out time, taking things serious, and actually learning something new. They just want the actual result, of the, um getting, what you actually have or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that's another aspect. They ain't necessarily anything. That's just basically laziness. People wanna have something for nothing. They don't wanna, put in the work, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, yeah, I had to go through a lot of hell, you know, to get where I got. Even to be honest, like, okay, I know cat shit on me because I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I've been in IT support for too long or whatever, and it's like, I ain't really moved up. But even knowing what I know, it took me a long time to be, really extensive, or to be senior as far as like, being able to deal with support issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, the computer software engineer, when his computer's fucked up, he don't fix it himself. He got to go to an IT support guy and go to the fucking help desk or the tech bar or whatever the fuck you call it at your job or whatever. And he has to go take his fucking computer and take it to the tech guys, the tech support guys, to get his fucking computer fixed, get a loaner, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He ain't fixing the shit himself. Some issues he probably, depending on how savvy he is or her, they could fix it themselves. But they still gotta go to the quote unquote hardware guy to get their issue resolved. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, man, it's I definitely like basically, trying to advance upward. It's not necessarily easy, but things as far as men listening to other men, yeah, that's why men don't do that. That's why men have, problems listening to other men. It's like it's not just men hoarding information. Yeah, it is men that's hoarding information. It's a guy could be struggling right in front of you. He won't tell you how to resolve your problem. He'll just sit back and let you suffer because he know the value of that information. He want to see, you got some guys that's even they want to see you go through some struggle, um, because they went through some struggle and they don't want to tell you what's going on. Like I remember, like my uncle was like that. My uncle didn't tell me what was in store for me when I went to boot camp and shit. He was quiet as hell. He didn't say nothing about what I was in for. But we got cats like that. They don't want to tell you stuff because or for whatever reason. But it's like you got guys that'll tell you, and then you still it's like nothing. It's just like, oh, it's no big deal. It's like, they don't even take heed of the information or whatever. Because you got a mole on your nose or some shit, or they think you weird or whatever goofy shit that they think. You know, um, a crackhead has information. Before, I mean, it's not like a crackhead, right? Like I remember my grandmother's house, right? Like it's a whole bunch of crackheads, like south side of Chicago, man. It's a bunch of crackheads. And it's not like a crackhead was a like he came out his mama pussy and he was smoking crack. At one time, he was a scholar. He was, went to college. He had a job, a career, and then some point or another, he started smoking crack. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you could take information, even from a crackhead. At least I can. I mean, some people, they might have a problem with that, but I give people the benefit of the doubt, man. Yeah, they got problem. Like my one of my handyman that really helped me with my house, he smoked crack. He the reasons why his prices are cheap and all that type of stuff is because he smoked crack. If he didn't smoke crack, he probably have a construction company, a crew, and been a multimillionaire. But no, he you know do your whole furnace system and HVAC system for less than $1,000 because he smoked crack. And he don't really, what I'm saying, his expenses is low. But the thing is that the man has a lot of experience. He knows a lot of shit. He's older. It just so happened the dude smoke crack, man. You know, I mean, that just is what it is. So I mean, you know, it's like some people just for whatever reason, man, they have a hard time listening to other men, man. And I really don't care. This ain't me, basically just whining about that, whatever. I mean, I just that's what I was thinking about when I was listening to his stream as far as even men that like have the information and is not hoarding it, quote unquote. It's men that still won't listen to it. They won't listen to it. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like I mean, I'm cold. I'm cold, man. I mean, I ain't gonna say I figured this shit out, like as far as women in America and nothing like that. But I ain't gonna lie, like, I mean, you could read. All I can say is, if you read the Bible and the Quran, and you know what I'm saying, those are like basically those are basically history books and books of advice, basically. It's some pretty good advice in those books on how to deal with different types of women. I ain't saying that you got to play chess or none of that shit. It's some pretty good advice in just them two books alone, the Bible and the Quran, how to deal with hoes, how to, literally in the Bible, just the Bible, for example, right? When you go into the Quran, it actually is a book. It's really the Quran is both of those books is like both of those books really is game books. They really are game books because, well, the Quran kind of goes more into polygamy. It tells you kind of how to deal with that. I mean, the Bible has actually polygamy in it too, but the thing is just far as like what a wife is, what a hoe is, the Bible pretty much has that information right there. Even how much a hoe is, basically a loaf of bread. you know, um, I think loaf of bread is about $4. So I guess it's like, okay, the inflation is about $40. I mean, that's just a joke. But the thing is that those books have a lot of advice on how to deal with women now. I mean, obviously women, years prior. So, I mean, I don't necessarily um think you need much, but it's like the way things are now is just kind of women are have a lot of freedom to kind of do whatever they want to with minimal shame. So it's kind of like basically as far as certain things is men don't want to do things because, okay, like if a guy came to me and if I wanted to actually tell them like what I do as far as how I deal with women and stuff like that, my friends know. my they know what I do and everything, but like it would be so much subjection. Like it would be like, not so much. I don't think that's a word, but it'll be like so many questions. Even with my friend, like it's like so many, like I wouldn't do that and all of this type of stuff. And it's like, okay, well, obviously you just don't know what to do. Like you want things to be a certain type of way, and you're programmed to be a certain type of way and worry about what people think about you and all this type of stuff. And you know it's like, man, I mean, men have been doing certain things, man, for like thousands of years. It's not nothing new. What I'm doing ain't nothing new, absolutely nothing new. And absolutely other men are doing it, and the thing is that even if I told, let's just say if I just gave away what my dealings is with women, if I gave that away to, if I just gave someone the secrets of what I do with women and how I live my life and all that, like basically a lot of, because of like the most common men, some moral campus and how they judge people and stuff like that, they wouldn't even agree with it. They would probably have some type of like how they feel about it and all that type of shit where they wouldn't agree with it. But I mean, that's beside the point. It's like, the things is that um The way I look at things is just it's really common sense. I mean, I just look at things very very much like common sense. It makes sense to me. A lot of people they don't really they don't really key into certain things because just probably what people think about them, even just how they think about certain things is just they just don't um they're not into it, you know. One of the things I say, like I'm really a weirdo nigga. Like I have to accept that I'm a weirdo, because the only qualification to be a weirdo is to be a smarter person that most people don't understand you. That's all is what's required to be a weirdo. To be a weirdo nigga is just you read too much, you got too many books, you went to school too long than everybody else, and you think pretty much better than most people. That's all the requirements is to be a weirdo nigga, you know. And I pretty much am. I mean, I probably haven't said that much, but I own that shit. I'm weird as fuck. Because even the shit I post, like if you look at my Facebook page, my page that's associated with my channel, Broke Geniuses, I post some weird shit on there a lot. It's really an intergalactic weirdo nigga page mixed in with current events, a whole bunch of relationships talk and relationship content and funny shit, mixed in with that. A few cat videos, pet videos, animal videos, all kind of shit, right? A microcosmic cocktail of kind of weird shit from time to time. And one of the things that I posted that's left field as fuck or weird is that I posted about um basically the Mormons in Illinois. So in case most likely you don't know anything because you went to American school, right? If you probably didn't get like higher education or whatever, private school lessons or some shit, you probably don't. Even if you did, you probably didn't know the history of the Mormons. So the Mormons, they were in the Midwest. They originally were in the Midwest. They were in basically primarily, like, all I know is Illinois for the most part. The Mormons was in Illinois. I'm not a Mormon. This is not me saying I'm also a weirdo nigga and I'm also a Mormon. That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm saying is the basically I research a lot about history. And the thing is again, the Mormons was in Illinois for whatever reasons because of their customs practices. Obviously, they're into having more than one bride and all of that type of stuff. And they don't even have no cap. I think they can have like as many as they want to. I don't know. But the thing is that they got kicked out of Illinois. They moved out west, the gold rush and all of that type of stuff. They moved, cabin wheels, they moved out west. And the thing is that one of the things that I posted was I think the Mormons was right as far as like having more than definitely as far as their polygamous aspects of having more than one wife and all of that, because you could see how Illinois is right now, right? Illinois is fucked up as hell, and Utah isn't. And Utah primarily is pretty much ran by the Mormons, so basically what was left, I guess the Catholics and the Protestants and shit like that, they didn't like the Mormons, so they kicked them out. And you see what's Illinois like. Illinois, as far as okay, as far as capitalism, as far as making money, yeah, Illinois is booming. Okay, Illinois is absolutely like they trying to be like fucking New York. Like they trying to catch up to New York, and they they like running trying to catch up to New York. They trying to build they building skyscrapers, man, every year, man, trying to catch up to New York. It's motherfuckers from New York that's living in Chicago. So the thing is like basically the actual social construct of Illinois is fucked up as hell because you see it. Like you see Chicago. Chicago, what about Chicago? You know, the whole Republican rally cry. What about Chicago? Is because Chicago's fucked up as hell as far as the social um let's just say this the social interactions of the people of Illinois and Chicago is very fucked up. The actual like just the society of Chicago. Just break it down there. Like basically the households outside into the community. That's what makes up Chicago. The people, right? It's absolutely fucked, and it's been like that for a long time. And the thing is that um yeah, when I say the Mormons was right, like they basically they left Chicago, I mean, or Illinois, and they moved west. And Illinois, it ain't like it's better socially than how it is in Utah. Like the people in Chicago is really, really bad. The people on the outer skirts of Chicago is really, really bad too. As far as how their social interactions is. And yeah, like, they, being kicked out, they can't be blamed. The Mormons cannot be blamed about Chicago or Illinois per se because they were kicked out. They were kicked out in the 1800s. The only people that were left is those that can be blamed: the Catholics, the Protestants, the Baptists, all of them. Those are the people to blame because those are the people that are left over. Now, of course, I mean, you got a lot of people that ain't going to church. I mean, a lot of people that have left, their grandma took them to church, their mama took them to church, but then they changed as far as they not going to church. I mean, of course, that concept comes is a reality as well. It's the same thing with even Mormons. They don't, their children, they might be Mormons and be forced to be Mormons when they're a child, but then when they get older, they change their minds as far as them wanting to be a Mormon. So the thing is that yeah, it just certain shit like that. I just think about, man, and I definitely post it. Like I take it a step further. I don't just think the shit. I just put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's weirdo shit because it's like it doesn't really require much to be weirdo shit. Like being weird now, you don't really have to really try hard to be weird because most people are dumb as hell now because they're consumed by entertainment, either video games, social media. And it's not like they on social media. Like when I be on social media, I be trying to motherfucking make money. I be trying to read shit. Like I be trying to learn shit. Like people be on social media arguing about who is he FBA or ADOS. You know what I'm saying? Like word about dumb shit. Talking about Drake, and Kendrick and J. Cole. That's bum broke nigga shit. Because I don't give a fuck. Like I heard that Kendrick Lamar shit. I ain't hear none of the other stuff. Like I don't really listen to rap music like that. Like I listen to a lot of old shit. So the thing is this. Like this is what I do know. Listening to any J. Cole, Kendrick, Drake, listening to that shit ain't gonna make me no fucking money. It's not gonna make me no money. That shit ain't gonna make me rich. That shit ain't gonna make me a motherfucking goddamn it dime, quarter or nickel penny. So that's what I do know about it. And that's where I don't, you know what I'm saying, where I draw the line, where it's like all of that goofy shit, it don't make me no money. I don't really got no time for it. You know, I just that just that's just sidestep distraction goofy bullshit to me. That's how I look at it. Like all of that shit is just information to distract your ass. To be a bum nigga that can't pay your car note and get um your car repo and then you get evicted. And that's the harsh truth, man. Like that's the really, going back to one of the dudes I know from college and shit. That's the harsh truth about that. It's a lot of motherfuckers living with their parents. And I'm talking about like, I mean, he's close to my age. I think I'm like maybe a year or two older than him. Um, so like when you gotta live with your parents, you know what I'm saying, at a late age, like past, let's just say past 35, that's some critical zero type shit, man. That's some critical, like you really fucked up. Like I did a live stream and I said, yeah, if you doing DoorDash after 30, yeah, you fucked up in life. I was honest to say, yeah, I know why you don't want to do DoorDash. I know why you know what I'm saying, that shit is like, beneath you and all of that. And it's like you don't even want to tell a dude, like, you know, you don't want to tell your homies and shit that you doing DoorDash. You don't want to tell no broads you trying to date. You do DoorDash because people think a certain type of way. Like they think, that's what they think. But it doesn't matter what a motherfucker think, because if you got to do it, you got to do it. But yeah, if you doing DoorDash after the age of 30, yeah, you really fucked up. I mean, I'm talking about like if you in the metro cities of the United States, meaning the DMV area, Dallas, Houston, Miami, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, you know what I'm saying? All the like major cities, right? Where it's, millionaires, billionaires, it's money, it's a thriving economy, so on and so forth. South Carolina, North Carolina, primarily North Carolina. I don't really know that much about South Carolina. I think South Carolina is like really, really country. It's more country, I guess, than North Carolina. I'm not sure. But the thing is this. Yeah, after 30, if you doing DoorDash, yes, you did fuck up in life. You did fuck up. You didn't listen to your mama or your grandma to tell you to save some money, put some money away, your uncle. You didn't listen. You didn't take heed to the message, or you just fucked up for whatever reason. It happens. People fall off. It don't really take much to fall off. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can easily fall off. There's various ways you can fall off. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, trying to, you know, like punch down on somebody, but I mean, yeah, it is. If you doing that shit after 30, yeah, you definitely fucked up. You from the time you left high school, like what, 18 years old, you had what, about what, shit, 12 years to not be a DoorDash slave. You had 12 years to not be a DoorDash slave. So you had to go to college, fumble around college, get out of college, work. And you decided somewhere between that time and 30 years old to just, to be a bum ass motherfucker. And you chose to be a bum motherfucker. you chose to spend your money on bullshit and clothes and jewelry, you know what I'm saying, shoes and accessories and shit, gadgets, car payments, and fuck shit. And rent and making motherfuckers, making a landlord rich, paying lords to be richer. Yeah, you did that. That's you gotta own that shit. And a lot of time, I ain't gonna lie, like a lot of people, they don't want to own that shit. Like this is the new, like the new generation, the millennials or the younger, the Z's, they get their motherfucking wake up call. They get their margin call, wake up call. Okay, the rent's due. What you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do? You chose, okay, the decisions you made, fuck this nigga, you know, this person is retarded, or he a lame, or this motherfucker goofy. No, you the lame goofy. You that all of that you said, that's what you are. Because you're the motherfucker got a lying scheme and come up and hustle because you got evicted, and you a single mom, and you chase your baby daddy um away with your mouth. You gotta eat it. The margin is called. You gotta pay up now. And paying up means, now you gotta fucking scramble to survive. Because you got evicted and you about to be out in the streets. And you gotta figure out what you gonna do. You gonna have to go live with your family member, or you know, go beg somebody to anybody that gives a hell about you for something to, pay for some place to live. And it's like, yeah, you made the decision to think all of those things, but you realizing, nah, life is harder than what I thought it was. Maybe this is a time where you need to reevaluate those people that you call lames and goofy, and actually sit down and try to talk to them and ask them some questions to figure out how you could go about life better, because you know those people were not as lame and goofy as you thought they were. You were the one that was lame and goofy, because it's not absolutely nothing lame or goofy, nothing more lame or goofy about being over, the age of 25 and being broke as fuck with no way up, and then pretending that you're not. It's absolutely nothing more lame and goofy than that. Even weird. That shit weird. Because like, one of the things that people know that are not born into a poor family or rich family, let's just say, all of the people that are like basically not born into a rich and wealthy family, they absolutely know that after they leave their parents' house, they on their own, and they don't have really no margin for error. They know those two things. They know their parents can't really save them much, and they don't really have that much margin for error because their parents don't have no money to bail them out. Though they know basically they have nothing to rely on as far as any job, any business that they can get from their parents. They really don't have much to gain after their parents, if it's, God forbid, their parents passed away. People absolutely know that. Most people come from a family where they have minimal or zero inheritance. And they know after their parents pretty much um tell them to leave their house at about 18, they don't really have much to pretty much get as far as any type of like comeuppance in life for them to succeed. They pretty much have to be self-made. People know that. Both men and women know pretty much after that golden age where you're supposed to be on your own. Your parents might let you stay for a longer time than 18, but you know that you don't really have much to gain from your parents. And you know you gotta, that means automatically you should know that you gotta save more money. You gotta be really smart about your investments. You gotta really be, you know, selective about how you spend your money. Those are things that are absolute. Now, a lot of times, and I'm not punching down on anybody, but this is reality. Like, I mean, a lot of people done these things. I'm no exception. You spent money on clothes. You tried to pretend and pose like you got it, but you really don't. And it's like, yeah, you really the weirdo, goofy lame, because it's absolutely nothing weird or lame or um goofy to be broke and on some bum shit at 35 and 40 years old, and definitely 50, 60. It don't change. The older you get, it don't get no better. And the thing is that I ain't gonna lie, like the relationships don't get no better either. A lot of the people, a lot of the people that have, like, problems with relationships, they have another thing. They have problems with money. Not saying that if you have a whole bunch of money, you're gonna have a healthy relationship. No, I'm not saying that. But it is a correlation. Definitely a correlation. Because if you already got any ounce of, game or understanding, if you got money, you know what to do. You know what women like. You know how to be the best peacock ever, or you know what I'm saying, how to fly. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that you already know. When you got money, you know what I'm saying, that just helps that situation. That helps you, move better, and move around, and do better as far as your just selective mating, let's just say. So it's like, yeah, it's just, that to me should be like, I wish a lot of younger people would see that that's the real lame and goofy and weird shit, is being, you know, um financially struggling, financially destitute, um people, that's squandering money on Gucci belts and all of that type of shit, trips and all of this type of stuff, Cancun trips and Miami this and Las Vegas this. And it's like, yeah, I mean, and then you wake up and you on some bum shit. You gotta beg your grandparents for some money because you about to get evicted. Yeah, absolutely. That's the ultimate weirdo, lame, goofy bum. But it's like, yeah, if you pretty much, you think being cool is you know posing and pretending like you got it. Then you get your wake up call. You know what I'm saying, you get your call, you get your wake up call, and you get reminded, okay, this shit is real. you know I'm, all this delusional shit. This is reality. I don't have everything that is needed to deal with this reality because I was dealing with delusion. And you realize, okay, I don't have everything what is required to deal with this realistic situation. So I have no savings. I haven't been having no budget. I don't have any investments. I don't have any assets to even sell. But that's what people do to cope. I mean, that's the topic of this video. That's like how people cope is they believe that they are right. Your friends, you all kind of pretty much cope with each other. You trauma bond, and you basically think that it's all right. It's not all right. You getting choked out every time you get paid. You getting choked out. You get taxed heavy as hell. You're not making that much, and you're in a spiral loop where you basically paying rich people to live in their places because you didn't want to do what it takes to get a place for yourself. You don't want to get any property for yourself. So now you gotta pay some rich person to live in his place and pay his monthly payment. And if you don't pay, he's gonna kick your ass out. He gonna be calling you, texting you. He gonna put a notice on that door. I need my money or get the hell out. I'm not your mama. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your greasy grandmama. And I damn sure ain't your granddaddy. I need my money by fucking this date, or we gonna be in court. Yep. See, it's like, okay, this is what I was thinking about earlier. It's three types of people. Okay, you got the basically you got the people that are in debt. You got people that are debt free, and then you got rich people. There's three types of people. And the rarest people obviously is the rich, right? But debt free is also rare. I ain't gonna lie, like debt free is a totally different level. I mean, it's in the middle of those, but a lot of people are not debt free. A lot of people, like, I mean, if you ask a person, like, are you debt free? I mean, they might be offended you would ask them that shit, but they're not debt free. It's weird to ask somebody that. Most people will never ask that. They won't, be going around asking people that. But most people are not. The stats say that they're not. America in itself is in debt. It's like what, 34, 35 trillion dollars in debt. That's like general economics, like 101. Yes, the United States government or the United States debt ceiling is at 34 trillion dollars and counting every day. That's just basic economics. And it's, steady spending money. But the average person is in debt as well. Like the average person is in debt. The average person, uh, like I would say, what, probably 60 to 70% of individuals is in debt. Like I'm talking about Like their liabilities is way more than their assets. Like I ain't gonna hold you. Like I got some debts. I got a car payment or whatever. I got a couple collections, you know, um, a couple credit cards, but my assets way more than my liabilities by a landslide. I mean, it's weird because this is some new shit to me. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't, I don't normally get into politics. I normally eat regardless. I just don't. I really don't. I just don't really get into politics like that. I might talk a little shit here and there, but I just don't do the whole politics thing. But I ain't gonna lie to you. Shit, I ain't got shit hardly to say about no motherfucking Joe Biden. I don't give a fuck the nigga stutter. I don't give a fuck the motherfucker, goddamn it, has um dementia or some shit. I don't give no fucks. All I know is that that motherfucker's administration helped me to get them motherfucking student loans off my motherfucking back. on the sense that I even shouldn't. I mean, it's like, I should have never even got no goddamn student loans. I mean, that shit was really not needed. Like I did not need no damn student loans at all. I had really no need for no student loans. The most I got was basically because I wanted to like finish school, and I was going to like some university online school bullshit that really I should have never went to. If I would have just stayed in my regular state school, I I would still got student loans, but it wouldn't have been nowhere near the amount that I got. And it's like it got out of hand. That shit, the interest started ballooning, and it was like, man, before I knew it, it was like damn near $60,000, and it was like, damn. Well, I know if I just, because I never forget, it was like this guy that was he lived in a city where I was living at the time, and I was living with my mother too. And it's like he said, he was like, I use real estate to pay for my student loans. And I never forgot that. And then he talked about that a lot. And I was like, this is something I'm gonna probably have to do myself. And I just kind of just locked on to that, like, and I was like, okay, this is something I'm gonna try to do. I don't really know how I'm gonna do it. Kind of have an idea how I'm gonna do it. But this is what I was gonna do. And then that's what I went out and tried to go do it. And that was what I was gonna do anyway. If I didn't get approved or whatever, I was gonna just use my house to pay off my student loans, and then just basically go with a fresh start, and I won't have no student loans. But fortunately, I was able to basically get that shit, pretty much wiped out. And yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I really don't have, I don't be trying to, I don't be doing no goofy memes and none of that. I look at that shit like a good friend. Like I had some really good friends, man. I had some friends in high school, friends that I grew up with. One of my best friends that I grew up with, he literally gave me a car. He had a car that was just like sitting in his alley. It was collecting tickets. And he just gave it to me. Like I ain't really like was supposed to be driving it because I was kind of I ain't had no license. And I just was like, okay, man, I take it, it just needed like a battery or something like that. Needed some it just needed a battery and some tires or something like that. And yeah, he gave me the car, man, and it was like that was like, man, that was cool, man, because don't nobody really do stuff like that. It's rarely, man. Somebody give you a car, man. That's like a big deal, you know. Somebody give you some money, loan you some money, give you some, you know what I'm saying? Give you a big amount of money or something like that. Like that's a special person, man. You know what I'm saying? That were willing to give you the shirt off their back, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, okay, when somebody, man, do something for me, man, I really look at it like I'm not about to get some benefit from someone and then go behind their back and then talk shit about them. I just ain't that type of person. So it's like I just, you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't really be doing much, man, as far as like little Joe Biden memes and all that type of shit. I mean, I get it for those that do that, but I don't do it because it's like, man, that shit really helped me, man. That loan fucking being wiped out. It's like some non-conventional shit. It ain't necessarily, most people gotta pay it off the hard way. I get it. But I mean, hell, any help that I can get, man, I'm willing to take it. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I don't feel no type of way about it because I remember I remember in 2008, AIG getting billions of dollars, you know what I'm saying, and basically government bailout money to basically keep alive. I remember all them companies, them banks getting government bailouts in the billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, they took for a regular person to get some government funds. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna lie, man. I needed it. And you know what I'm saying? It's like, hell, they got a lot of grants and shit like that. The government does have a lot of grant money. They have a lot of government funding that you can get. Like, of course, if you got a business, you can get contracts. A lot of different ways you can get government funding and government basically benefits. I mean, basically that's what Section 8 is. I mean, I did a video with Section 8 about Section 8 with a realtor from Chicago. Um, she got a YouTube channel, On the Spot Live. Basically Section 8 uh, uh, landlords that they get government funding, every month for having real estate, basically leasing real estate to Section 8 holders. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a lot of government funding, man, that is like you could tap into, man, and your life will be forever changed. Like you could make money, you can have like, some funding that will help you get, get a better, financial life. You know what I'm saying? Like uh so it's not, man, it's a lot of funding available, man. I ain't gonna lie, like about it, like, I just said the government is 34 trillions trillion dollars in debt. Well, that's partly because they, have a budget every year and it's trillions of dollars and they spend a lot of money every single year. And it's a lot of businesses that have government contracts and manufacturers that build certain things for like the military. And, you got different state departments and stuff like that. They have fundings. For example, like you could just make a freaking uh, some nuts and bolts, and you could build a government. Millions of dollars. You just gotta some machines in a warehouse, some computer aided drafting, uh, mechanical machines that make nuts and bolts, and the government, the U.S. government need nuts and bolts. Like you can make millions of dollars, man, manufacturing those. I mean, it's just certain things like that, man. And the thing is though, back to what I was saying. Yeah, it's not that many um people that have a positive um balance sheet. Like it's just not that many people. Like, and it's really really difficult to do that. Like, uh, yeah, I'm not saying rich, just people that just are not in debt. It's just not that many people. I mean it feels a little different between being quote unquote like broke in debt, right? Versus being let's just say financially solvent and financially insolvent. Okay, being financially insolvent, yeah, to have a whole bunch of debt looming over your head every day. I mean, you gotta, pay this debt off, knowing that you're gonna eventually have to be forced to pay this off if you don't pay it. You know, yeah, it's some it's just burdensome, yeah, because you get, you gonna be sitting around thinking, damn, when they start them payments back, man, I gotta pay that, or you already paying it, you gotta pay it back, and it's like just a burden, it is, it's a burden, and not having that burden, man, it's like it is kind of like a different type of it's a different type of motherfucking like kind of feeling in reality. Like, you one, okay, I'm not getting those student loans anymore. That's definitely a fact. I'm not getting those student loans. And to be honest, I don't want to get no loans. I don't want to get any loans if I can help it, man. But it's like, that sometimes it's people kind of need loans, and I get it, but it's like, damn, man, that reality is something else, man. Not have to worry about just all this looming debt over your head. It's just a different reality that a lot of people. I'm gonna be honest, like a lot of people don't have that reality. It's like it just is what it is, man. It's, a lot of people don't have that reality. I mean, some people live a really really good life. I mean, don't get me wrong, like um some people live like a really really good life, but they're in debt. They're in a lot of debt. Um and you know, I get it. I understand, like, you people basically, I call it rich people's money. It's people live their lifestyles off of basically borrowing from rich people. Rich and wealthy people. The banks. Loan companies, credit unions. They borrow money from rich people to pay for their lifestyle. And I mean, that's how most people do it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I get it. I mean, I totally understand it. That's just kind of how capitalism works. Normally, that's the normal cycle of capitalism. You go get a mortgage. You get a pre-approval letter to buy the house in the neighborhood where you want to live, and you have certain levels of requirements and all of that for the house, and you get a realtor, and they show you different properties, and you and your wife, or whatever, single, whatever, you choose the property that you want, and then you close on it, and you got to put a down payment up, or there's certain instances where you get some type of grant to get the down payment money, or you can work out something where the seller pays for the closing, where you don't have to come out of pocket. So I get all of that. I get all of that. But where I have a problem with all of that is the reality is, okay, for me, this is just how I think, and I'm not the only one that thinks this. Let's say, and I'm just speaking hypothetically here. Let's say I go get the house that I want in a location. It's a particular location where I wouldn't mind living, and I wanted to live here for a long time since I was in high school. And because of the housing costs and everything like that, the prices is just skyrocketed. I mean, it's like, I mean, damn near double, pretty much, what the prices were, because I keep track of it. It's a particular town where I want to live, and where I really want to live, like, and it's like, okay, let's just say hypothetically, whatever, I qualify, and I get this house in a neighborhood, where I want to live. I think my sensei lives in the same city or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay. After everything is settled, after the box is dropped and everything is moved or whatever, well, say fuck it. I don't even want to move anything. I want everything to be, new, and decorated. Shit, I want to just try minimalism. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, next month is a fucking bill. And that bill is a mortgage. That mortgage is gonna be, 1,500, 1,800, 2,200 a month. And that motherfucker ain't gonna stop. It's gonna be probably most likely 30 years. And the thing is that that motherfucker gonna keep coming. Even if I'm like, okay, I got the wherewithal to pay this $2,200, you know, the first month, of course, and let's say I come with the little savings. Certainly I'm not trying to buy no house, and I don't have no savings, and I ain't got no job or no money, saved up, because that's in my mind. I mean, of course, I'm thinking hypothetically. That's the only way I can see myself actually even doing something like that. That I have some like robust savings, to where I'm talking about, I got like at least 30 to $50,000 in a bank saved up, to where that's just emergency, like in case I lose my job or something like that. That's just there, and then I'm making, just making some money or whatever. I'm trading with it or whatever. And the thing is this, like, really, to be honest, like, that's really only how I feel I can be able to do that, logically, even, that I think I can do that, because I mean, I just don't see myself getting some situation like that, and it's like a long-term rental, because you really don't own it. You basically paying this mortgage company. And then here's the thing, like, let's just say, like, in my mind is, okay, as far as the market, where I kind of want to move to or whatever, the prices is like 300 grand, right? As far as the medium home price is about like 300 grand. So, basically, one of the things, if you don't know anything about, mortgages or whatever, that you should know, you're gonna pay almost three times for that house with a 30-year mortgage. With if you calculate a 30-year mortgage in a house, you're gonna pay almost three times the cost over a 30-year period with the interest rates and all of that calculated. So that $300,000, that house, it'll be like close to $800,000 that what would be paid over that 30-year period. Now, most people don't stay in no home for no 30 years. I don't really know what the average is as far as what people stay in their home. I can, I guess, look that up. We got the wonderful world of technology. Um, what is the average time frame people stay in their homes? In their house. So they say about 35% of homeowners live in their home for about 10 to 15 years. 16% have lived in their homes for less than 5 years. But the average length of home ownership years is about 8 years, with the average homeowner tenure at about 13.22 years. So I mean, okay, that's a long time. 10 years. Let's just say, even 8 years. That's a long damn time to be. That's all I know is that's a long damn time to be paying like $2,200 a month, and that don't even include. Okay, like that includes taxes, but that don't include your utility costs, any repair costs. Um, you got sewage, water. You got all the other stuff that you got to pay for personally, like your personal bills and anything like that. So it's like, yeah, I mean, 8 years. Let's just take eight. That's a long damn time. I mean, of course, hopefully, the price of your equity goes up with the payments, and that means that your home value goes up. But that's not a guarantee that's gonna happen. you know. So the thing is this: you, me paying that, the idea of me hypothetically paying that monthly payment every month, knowing just basically off of, let's just say, the hypothetical is I pretty much earn what I earn now is the progressive rate, which pretty much every job I get, I make a little bit more. Like when I was working at the liquor company, I was making a certain amount. Then the next job, I was making a little slightly more. I mean, okay, it's not like I'm making that much more, but yeah, I make a little bit more each job. Okay, fine. But here's the problem where the issue that I have is, you know, getting laid off, getting let go. Okay, fine. Okay, I get unemployment. Okay, but then what if that dries up? Then it's like, okay, you could, you definitely, it's like, okay, you could be in a situation where you could be like long term unemployed to where let's just say you've been unemployed for over 6 months and you don't have any income off of any businesses or anything like that to tide you over or whatever, and it's just basically you not on anybody's payroll, and then basically you're in a situation where basically there you go. Now you got to sell your house. You got to put your house up for sale and hope that you can sell it to beat the mortgage foreclosure, and beat you having to do worse, which is put the house up for short sale. I mean that like it in hoping that you can either break even or make a little, make a couple dollars so you can take some money and go somewhere else and start over. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. I don't look at it like no fairy tale delusional land type of story where I'm gonna get a house and we're gonna have a good time. Me and the missus, we're gonna have sex in every room in the house and we're gonna make a whole bunch of babies. I mean, yeah, that's beautiful to think about it like that. But I was taught to think the worst too. I was also taught to think the worst. Like, what if I lose my income? you know, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, my situation now. Let me out, jump out the hypothetical window. Reality is, hell, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't living like I really want to be living. It ain't. It's still a tough ride, but I don't have no damn mortgage. I don't have that reality of, damn man, I gotta pay 2,200. I gotta pay 1,200. Whatever mortgage. Ain't no mortgage. I got my deed. I got my deed somewhere, you know, in an undisclosed location that is ownership of me on record to this house as owner on record. I got a tax bill. Okay, boom, that's it. And then utility costs is pretty crazy. I got to figure out what the fuck is going on with that because I mean I kind of know, but got to figure out what the hell that is because that shit is really really high. But other than that, pretty much, and cutting the damn grass and keep fixing this house up. That's pretty much all I got to deal with, and that's my actual reality. And that other hypothetical reality, yeah, you get the house, you get, basically, upper middle class neighborhood and suburban life and you know safer and all of that type of shit, better schools. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it's like, yeah, man, you gotta have to pay some big money every month to some rich people that have some type of mortgage interest on your property that is not your property. Actually, it's their property. It's the mortgage company, the bank's property that you're paying because you have a construct that you're middle class and you're really not. Because I did a live stream on that, you remember, last week. The true middle class, the true middle is like you being basically a millionaire. That's the true middle class. Like the middle class that we thought that we think is, it has us in these scenarios where we're fucked around. I know someone very dearly, man. They've been unemployed for a long time, for a while now, and they struggling. And it's like, they do stuff here and there, but they got way more bills than I got. Wife, kids, in a nice house, but that house has got a mortgage to it. And it's like, yeah, I don't have that reality. That reality is not mine. And I understand that reality is I get it. I'm killing My words is killing people's American dream. But what I'm trying to tell you is, okay, it's really not an American dream. To a lot of people, it's a nightmare. Some people are able to live that dream or live that existence and all of that, and come out favorably and all of that. But what I'll say is that you definitely it's a system that I have that will help with you being able to kind of get your cake and eat it too. Like, okay, if you gonna go get a mortgage, I have something called the 1.5 rule. It probably not something that I created. I haven't really looked to see, where that came from. That was just an idea that I came up with. Now, the 1.5 rule, here's the thing about the 1.5 rule. And this is the, honest thing about it, right? That's why it's called the 1.5 rule. The 1.5 rule would not allow me to get that house in that location where I wanted to live. It wouldn't allow me to do it because basically the 1.5 rule, what I call a 1.5 rule is you can only get a house with your income plus half. So for example, if you make $75,000 a year, you can only get a house that is about $125,000 a year. Now, of course, you can play around with that because where the 1.5 rule will work really well is in a buyer's market. In a buyer's market, basically, you can probably get a house that's on the market for about 150,000 and negotiate down to 125 because basically it's a buyer's market, and if a house is probably being on the market for a long time, the owner might take that haircut of that $25,000 to sell that property. They've been, house been on the market for over 6 months. You might be able to negotiate that house, put an offer in for 125, and they might take it. Because if it's 130, okay, fine. Okay. An extra $5,000 ain't gonna necessarily hurt. 130, okay, fine. Meet in the middle or something like that, or close to it, fine. But what happens is the benefit of that 1.5 rule is you probably ain't, like, for example, I know for a fact if I use my own advice, which is the 1.5 rule, I wouldn't be able to most likely get in a house where I really kind of want to live and all of that. But what I could possibly do is probably get a house close to is kind of close to the area where I want to live. I probably could at that price about let's just say let's just say hypothetically for 150 range, 125 range, I probably could get like close to that area. In that general area or whatever. I could find something, probably something that probably need a fixer upper, thus more room for negotiation. If a house needs to be fixed up, you can negotiate a lower price because it needs to be fixed up. So um yeah, it basically the thing about it is where it benefits you is you don't you won't have that much of a mortgage payment with a house that's 25,000. I mean, of course, you got some money saved, so you're gonna put a down payment or whatever. You're gonna put like 3% down or 5% or whatever, and you're, basically, basically a loan balance won't be 125. It'll be, let's just say, 120,000. Your mortgage will be based off that 120,000. Yeah, it's basically It's like what, close to a G wagon or something, a brand new AMG Mercedes that people typically pay off. They pay that off in like 7 years. Um, you can get a 15-year mortgage on it if you want, but I wouldn't suggest that. I suggest getting a 30 year. Get a 30 year. Yeah, your mortgage would only be like $700 a month. You know, taxes, you gotta, that's the only variable with that. Like, you could just put in that formula, you gotta put in T for taxes. Like, depending on how high the taxes is, will make or break that scenario or situation. And of course, whatever is required for the repairs, so the thing is though, that $700 payment that you have to make, that's doable. Like, I got a car, right? I got a little used Nissan. Okay, my uncle, he called them rice cookers or rice burners, right? Japanese cars, right? So the thing is this. So my payment, I got like another whatever 12 months or something to pay. It's like 340 a month or something like that, right? Okay. Let's say I had a mortgage and I had to pay twice as that. I can do that. I can see myself paying that very, very much so. Like, even knowing that's my lifestyle. I have a mortgage. I have a nice house. I got a mortgage for. I got like a. I got a. I got a 3 bedroom, 2 bath ranch brick home, and need some renovations or basically remodeling. Okay. All right. So basically, you need about 20,000 in remodeling. Okay, fine. All right. I can pay that $700, get the thing remodeled, do it, most of it myself or whatever, get some help. I can see myself doing that. That's reasonable. That could, basically the 1.5 rule, it helps you not be house poor, because that other scenario where you got this house is $300,000 and you in this upper middle class neighborhood, and you got 2,000 plus dollar mortgage and all of that, and the taxes is high as hell too. Oh my God. Um, that's a little different scenario, than you got, a $700, payment that you really, you could really pay that house off, sooner than that, because it's only $120,000. You know what I'm saying? That people pay, people pay freaking Range Rovers off every 6 to 7 years. They pay $100,000 car off. You can pay that with a house. You just got to trick your brain that that's not a it's not a house. It's a car. It's a Range Rover. Just pay the damn thing off. But the thing is that you won't. Now you see the psychology of it. You won't think, oh damn, I got this. What I'm saying. You're gonna be able to pay that 700. You that 700 is more doable. You're gonna be able to stack away some money and be able to pay that through. If you lost a job, let's just say worst case scenario, you got no unemployment, you exhausted it. Man, you're gonna be able to pay that $700. You can, worst case scenario, even you go get a job at the Piggly Wiggly and pay that $700. Go work at the go bag groceries. You know what I'm saying? You gonna pay that $700, man. You know what I'm saying? It's doable versus $2,000. You know, that's gonna be a stretch. To stay in your mid-century colonial in an upper middle class neighborhood, and paying over $2,200, a month, plus all other expenses. You know what I'm saying? It's more doable. You know what I'm saying? To that 1.5 rule, because it only goes by your income plus half. Basically, so like I said 75, it'll be like 125. No, no, no. It'll be it'll be basically it'll be like it'll be 150. That will be no, no, no. That's I was actually right. Yeah. Let me see. Actually, let me use my trusty calculator. 75. They are some. It'll actually be close to 100 grand. My math was off. I said 125. That'll be what you'll be looking for. But ultimately, you're trying to get to about close to 100, about 110, about 110, right? And this houses, I know it's how like in the Midwest, this house is at 110,000. Illinois, this house is at 110,000. You'll probably it'll be a more of a situation where you with today's prices, it'll be more of a situation where you have to, instead of that $20,000 budget, it'll probably be more like close to 30 for the remodel. You know what I'm saying? Because house is like, $110,000. But see, then also, of course, you're gonna be putting down some money. Your house will be even cheaper. Instead of $700, you'll be paying 500. Your mortgage will be like $500 a month. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's including taxes. So the thing is this: the reason why I have that 1.5 rule is so you don't get into no situation where you become what is called house poor, where you're putting more than half of your income in housing costs. Cause see, that's what happens, man. Man, man, I know people near and dear to my heart die of a break of embarrassment and a broken heart because they lost their house in a foreclosure. I mean, because they couldn't pay for it. When you get yourself in a situation where you can't pay for it, and really, to be honest, very few people can help you pay for it because the mortgage is too high. That's what that's what I'm trying to help you avoid. That's where that 1.5 rule can help, because the thing is that you won't be in no situation where you can't, you know what I'm saying, push come to shove, you can pay that mortgage a lot easier, and you can pay your other expenses, rather than you being in a situation where, like, for example, I never forget, right? One of my homies I grew up with, I ain't gonna say his name or anything like that, but he was in a situation. He wasn't really making that much either at his job. He makes more now. He got into IT. You know what I'm saying? I mean, your boy inspired him. He got into IT. He was smart too. He was really good with. He was one of those guys that was really, like, he was a good. He was like a hobbyist, and he was into computers and stuff as a hobby and stuff like that. He went to school and took a couple courses and whatnot. Got in the business or whatever. But the thing is that when he was working, he would he wasn't making that much before he got into IT. his granddaddy passed away and he was already living in the house. He took over the mortgage. So the mortgage was, you know, it was hot, so high that it took most of his income. What he had to do to survive was he had to basically um and he wasn't spending well. He was one of the type of people that I'm not gonna say he was a poser because he didn't even drive. I mean, he was living in Chicago. Chicago, you really don't, especially because you got Uber now. You don't really need to drive. The train system and the busing system works really efficient where you really don't need no car. You can in Chicago, you a car is optional to in the most cases. Um, you can go without it. Like I'll just say that. Like in certain places you can't go without it. But in Chicago, definitely you can go without a car. All right. The thing is that he just wasn't good with money. He wasn't necessarily good with money. I will say that because even though he ain't had no car, he would spend money on other stuff, and definitely um drinking on the weekend and stuff like that to cope. That it didn't help. All right. All that aside, what he had to do was he would get paid, and basically the first for one paycheck wouldn't be enough to pay all the mortgage and the bills and him buy some groceries and stuff like that. So he would have to get an overdraft. And then the next check he would have a little bit over, and then he could, he'd be all right, get some type of grace. But that's what he had to do damn near every month, and because he just house poor. He didn't really make enough. Matter of fact, he didn't qualify for the mortgage originally, and then the bank basically they had to do something kind of like kind of off the books or whatever to get the house, because once they found out he was paying for the house after his father died, they what a mortgage company does, they'll do a due and full clause on the mortgage, as to say, because if they find out that the original borrower is not paying for the loan, is somebody else, well, the banks just want money. They ain't tripping. They'll do a due in full clause, which basically means, okay, this is how much we want for the house as far as what's the balance is left over. We just need this, and we don't care who pays us. We just need this amount, and we need it all in full. And then you pay it. That they'll give you over you know um the deed and everything, and you own the home. But I mean, most people can't pay that off. They can't pay no house off. If they could pay the house off, they would just call the mortgage company and try to do that. But the thing is that doing full clause pulled pulled in a certain level of events where they had to do something real quick to get that house in his name, so he could be the one that be responsible for that house payment. And that's what they did. But yeah, he couldn't afford that house. He was house poor like a motherfucker. And the thing is that it's a lot of people like that. That's their reality. Yet that's what the 1.5 rule does. It helps you avoid avoid that reality where I'm not gonna say it helps you avoid it. I mean, it still could be a possibility that you ain't gonna be able to pay it. Yeah, it's a lot of scenarios, right? But it's more likely that you will be able to afford a house, or I don't know, you might not be able to afford a house at all. Depends, because I don't really know what he was making. Let's just say he was making like $35,000 a year. Well, he wouldn't have been able to afford his granddaddy house. He probably would have had to get some house somewhere else. Like at that time, he could have got something somewhere else. It would probably, it probably been a undesirable house, and it definitely probably been a fixer upper, because he probably, he couldn't have, best he could probably get was a house that was about 75,000, and pretty much was a fixer upper at that time. So, but he wouldn't have had no situation where he would have been putting all his paycheck into the house, because $75,000 house, I mean, it's like $300-400 a month. That's what that pay. It might even be only $200 a month. So it basically puts you in a situation where your mortgage payment is lower than what your income is. That's all the 1.5 rule is. I'm talking about all of this stuff because basically, like I said, I mean, it's a I talked about the three types of people. It's people that's in debt, people that's debt free, and those are wealthy and rich, right? And the thing is that that's why kind of avoid certain people. It's kind of like women. Women avoid certain women avoid responsible men. They avoid, like, it's certain women, like, if you're the type of person that probably would seek legal counsel, like, and I talked about this in the different classes and stuff like that, like the ability to seek legal. If you didn't know, your ability to seek legal counsel, or let's just say, yeah, your ability to seek legal counsel has something to actually do with your class system. It absolutely, that's why they talk about it. Well, certain people just, it has something to do with your heart, like your soul, your ability to fight, you being smart. Like I've had a lawyer before. Yeah, I paid for a lawyer before. Um, and the thing is this, right? Like my lawyer, he went to DePaul University. Don't remember his name, but the thing is this, that you being able to seek legal counsel, or willingness to seek legal counsel, will scare some women away, because a lot of times women go after certain men. They're kind of weak, in the sense where they might, let's just say, they might be like mentally kind of like, or lazy or whatever, or they might be financially lazy or whatever, where they definitely ain't got to worry about, like, okay, if they have a kid with this dude, he ain't going to get no lawyer. He not going to fight for his children, or he's not going to file for any type of, um he's not even going to probably show up in court. Those dudes, they have no threat against certain types of women that after power and control and shit. So a lot of times women avoid certain men, because it's kind of like, a lot of times people don't look at women as from a situational thing, as far as looking at it from a power play. Like, women do have some levels of power. They're animals. They're fucking humans. Yeah, it's like, they want power and control too. A lot of them do. But the thing is that it's certain women they look after men, they go after men that are um weaker than others because if they want power and control, a weaker man will give them more power and control. You see it even on YouTube. You see I was listening to Econ, I think his name is Econ Ali. He was doing a panel about different women, married women and stuff like that. Some women were divorced, and it was a chick that was on there 45 or something like that. No, she was in her 50s. And she basically, in order to be a boss babe, she basically divorced her husband because he didn't want her to basically leave the house and start no non-for-profit and all of that type of shit and put up a whole bunch of time for that non-for-profit. And in order for her to do what she wanted to do with her non-for-profit, she divorced her husband and basically, became a single mom, you know, because she wanted to be basically a boss chick. And it's like, yeah, like the dude that she got now, which is a boyfriend, I mean, basically let her basically she got a simp to that will never just basically will let her do whatever she want to, and it's like, yeah, like I mean, a lot of women do that. A lot of women, they'll even avoid a man altogether that is just not basically willing to put up with shit. And it happens all the time. That's why I'm hard on simps. Like, pause. I really, I despise the motherfuckers, especially the ones that know they're simps. The ones that know they're simps, those are not even simps. Those are maggles. Basically a spineless maggot that just lets women do whatever the fuck they want to. Like like they know they're fucking simps. They know what the word simp is. They know other people that talks about simps and all of that type of stuff. Like, yeah, those people, man, that's why that's why things are the way they are, partially because they let women do whatever the fuck they want to. And then those same women, they try to do that, they try to fucking play that shit with other men, and then they get a wake-up call, you know, um, because they become brats and shit like that. That's why I like a lot of these women, they have a problem with the police because they so bratty. They get involved with men and let them do whatever they want to. And then when they get around the police don't let them do whatever they want to. And then next thing you know what I'm saying, they getting tased and shit. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, woe is me, you know. But yeah, they, fucking brats. But um, yeah, like uh, dude basically willing to put up some type of fight or resistance to them doing whatever the fuck they want to do. Yeah, they avoid those men like the plague. You know, definitely. Because they're not seeking a man to basically provide for them and take care of them. They out for control, like Janet Jackson and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Power and control. So the thing is that uh I forgot where I led to this, but the thing is that going back to my the three types of men, it's not that many men that are you know debt free and definitely rich and wealthy. Is we already know the rich and wealthy is of the 1%. That's the one. This one percentile of basically men and women are rich and wealthy. Debt free, I I would have to I would have to get the percentages or the stats on that. Um, as far as how many people are debt free, I guess I could look that shit up real time. It's no sense of waiting. You know what I'm saying? When I got a whole bunch of computers and shit at my disposal. So let's see here. Let's see what Professor Google says about what's the percentage of people that are debt free. And what I define debt free is they have more assets than liabilities. Okay. So okay, that's interesting. So basically, I'm gonna type this out. I'm gonna type this out here. I'm not even gonna say it first. This is how rare this is how rare this shit is, right? This is why this is tripped out. And this is as of last year. Right there. Boom. I'm gonna be right back. But I want you to think about this right here. When I said the three types of men, or the man in debt, man and woman in debt, man and woman is that's debt free. We already know the 1% is already, 1% is rich and wealthy. The three types of men. So I want you to marinate on this right here. I'll be right back. So there you go. I mean, 23% of Americans are debt free. So that means basically your favorite content creator, it's a pretty strong chance they're not debt free. I mean, I'm just saying, and I'm gonna tell you from a person, the ideology of a person is debt that's not debt free. Um, you got to do a whole bunch of hustling and bustling when you're not debt free versus a person that's debt free. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's a totally different experience being in debt versus being debt free. And I ain't gonna lie, like that's one of the. I mean, people. I done already offended a lot of people. I already know I have. And I definitely have been more considerate to the people that are in debt. Okay, a la broke people. I definitely have. I have been way more considerate about that and about that reality that many people face because I understand I understand my delivery is a little bit more it offends people, you know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing, like again, like it's people that got way more money than I got. Okay, I mean, obviously, and it's like people have um a lot of it's like okay, people that are okay, for example, people that have the rich, let's just say the rich and wealthy, let's just talk about the rich and the 1%, right? um that's another different reality. That's a totally different reality, than most people. That it's a totally different reality, and it's like, okay, it's always gonna be somebody else that got more money than you. It's always gonna be, you know, I never forget I was listening, I think I was listening to Platinum Ali. He was like, people, a whole bunch of rich people in the room, they all just people. They all rich. Ain't nothing, ain't only difference is okay, maybe this person might be richer than this other person, but they all rich. They just people in a room. Everybody in that room is rich. Only thing that's special to a bunch of rich people is like, okay, this person, okay, some people got a little bit more money than others. How tall you are, how just other unique characteristics make a difference as far as because everybody in the room is rich already. And it's like, okay, what makes you different from the next man or woman? You know what I'm saying? It's like those are the things that are considerate. People consider different or whatever is what makes you, because you in a room with a whole bunch of rich people. Everybody rich, so it's not that special because everybody in the room is rich. Well, everybody ain't debt free either. Obviously, I learn something new every day. I ain't really into statistics and research that much. I mean, um I am, but it's not like I know everything either. A lot of times I do these live streams and I end up on the fly learning some things new almost every time. And of course, I mean, I listen to people and I learn some things as well. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everybody is not debt free either. 23% is a very small percentage. So it's like I know it's a lot of people that's like, okay, it's not a big deal, you know. Okay, if you got to live in the hood in a in a fixer upper, in the hood versus okay, if I got a mega mansion and you know I got me a couple cars, I got me a Range, I got me a Mercedes, I got me a Lexus, and I'm living in a mansion, and I got who cares if I got to pay a mortgage and pay all these car notes? I'm living good while you living in the hood, around people that up to no good. Like, I mean, I get it. Okay, I get it. You know, and I understand that. And I would be honest, like, I get that. Like, that's how mortgages make money. Banks, finance companies of all sorts. You know, that's how they make their money off of people. This country is based off of lifestyle. That's why people come from other parts of the world and they come to this country because they want a certain lifestyle, what they've seen off of TV, what they've seen off of the internet. They want that American lifestyle. Okay, what they probably don't really know is that American lifestyle is based off of debt, mainly based off of debt. It's based off of some people that have banks and, mortgage companies and finance companies and credit unions giving out, and credit card companies giving out credit to people to live a certain lifestyle. Other countries, they don't have really a credit system. A lot of countries in Africa, a lot of countries in the world, they don't really have any credit system. And you really like, okay, I'm still trying to prepare myself for that. I mean, I saw it in the DR. Like, I, saw quite a bit of poor people in the DR. When I was in the DR, I definitely saw a lot of poor people. I saw the, metal houses, the little shacks and shit like that. Yeah, it was a lot of people, man, riding the little motorbikes and shit like that. Two people on the motorbikes and shit like that. Man, I saw all of that. Okay, it's places where they might have some type of credit system, but they don't have a credit system like the United States. If that means if whatever you don't have, you ain't gonna have. Ain't no, you go to the bank and you get a job for a few years and then you go to a bank and then you get a loan to live in some house, that's around a bunch of rich people or close to rich people. No, you're literally, upper mobility is based off of how much you can earn and make a living off of, and that's it. It ain't no, you gonna get a fucking loan to go fight finesse oppose in some lifestyle somewhere, and then you get in debt and then you lose all your shit. That's not a reality in a lot of countries. And that's why a lot of times people from other countries, they come over here and they absolutely like fucking take advantage of the reality of whatever's the reality back in their home country, and they take it over here, and they don't really fuck around with debt like that. They, if they do fuck around with debt, it's to buy some type of business or whatever, build a gas station or fucking hotel or whatever, and then they do it that way. But know they basically live all in one house, and then when the gas station makes some money, they save up and then they go buy a house for themselves, and then they keep doing it until everybody damn near got a house. Don't believe me, go look up in the UK. um like, they say like Asians literally have a lot of the houses in the UK are owned by Asians, primarily Indians. Make up a good percentage of homeowners in the UK because basically we follow basically in the United States we follow a nuclear family model. Basically what that means is basically man, woman, children, and that's it. A lot of other countries and immigrants they follow the extended family model. This is what Young Jeezy was complaining about. I don't know his actual name, but they got their whole family with them, cousins, nieces, nephews, aunts, uncles, grandparents. They all live in the same house. I seen this shit because see, I used to do, and I still do this to this day. I do house calls where like I'll fix, somebody's computer at their house or whatever, get a work order, go fix their computer. And I saw, damn near I've been to everybody's house. I seen every race, nationality in the United States. I've been in their home. I seen how they live. I seen white people live. Like, they call it the clan. Well, shit, I seen how white people actually live like the clan, like on some European shit. Like they'll all live in one house too. I've seen it. I've seen, and it was kind of tripped out. Like they had a big ass house, and basically it was like a nuclear family, but with a splash of extended family because the probably siblings, their husband and their children lived in that house with them. But it was a big ass house with like multiple floors, so they all could live in there. And they was all sitting there watching TV and shit. I was there to fix the TV. They was just sitting there, man, just like it was like being in the fucking Game of Thrones or some shit. It was tripped out. But um yeah, I've been in everybody fucking house, man. Fixing computers, fixing TVs. So I seen how people live. Like I seen, the Filipinos, man, they do the extended family model. Kind of big, kind of deluxe house, big house. Everybody was in there. Big ass like they had these big ass couches, man, where it's like the couch stretches throughout the whole room, and it's like it's kind of shaped in like like a half circle, and it's got like probably enough to fit about 15 people on the couch, and they all live in that house, man, and they be sitting down on the couch, man, chilling, man. And it's like probably at least like 10 people in there, and then don't have no party, they're gonna probably have a whole house filled up with people. But that model works better because it's more people. Obviously, they all pulling resources, all having assets, all having, you know, whatever they have combined together versus man, women, children. Obviously, the children ain't got shit. If the mama and then only people left is the woman and the husband and the wife. So that's very limited. But then when you got an extended family model, I'm not saying that I want to be around my goddamn cousins all the time and my aunts, my uncles, my grandparents, my fucking aunts, you know what I'm saying? And all that. Like, I'm not saying that's what I want, but I'm just saying, what do you think work better? Who will win a fight? A nuclear family or a fucking extended family? You got to fight the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the grandparents, the mothers and the fathers, and the children versus your little one or two children or three, and then your husband and your wife. Okay, and you tell me which one will win. And that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, um, the thing is, and I forgot where I was leading off with this. Basically, um, yeah, I was talking about how the immigrants basically come over here and come up. See, nobody really hardly talks about that. The extended family versus the nuclear family model. That's another advantage they have. The extended family is fucking coming in like 18, and then they pulling their money together, and then they going to go buy them another house. You know what I'm saying? One family going to buy another house, and then they got a home base that they can still come back to and have a good time, and then they go back to their other big house, and they might have a combination of a nuclear family and extended family model, because they go to their house and then still come back to the extended family whenever they want to. I mean, for social reasons and stuff like that. Um, and it's like, yeah, I mean, who wins in that scenario? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's better? So yeah, like, the thing is that when it comes to lifestyle and all of that, like, they have less privacy, but you got a whole fucking buffet full of food every day, because everybody in the house has to be fed, and grandma and the wives, basically the women, are in the kitchen every fucking day, cooking fucking buffet style meals for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that, again, who wins in that scenario? Who has the advantage, the financial advantage in that scenario? You start a business, everybody in that extended family is working in that business. The hotel, Indians, that's how the Indians fucking basically dominated the hotel industry. So they got that same extended family model, clocking in that hotel and working that hotel, cleaning it up, making sure everything, even though I ain't gonna lie, some of them Indian hotels is roach motels. You fucking be in a fucking room, and then you break out in hives and shit, because they don't, clean and change the sheets, and they, basically, they forego um sanity. They don't sanitize everything properly and shit like that. So I'm not saying the motherfuckers is goddamn it perfect, and or all of them are exceptionally well, because they are notorious for having them damn roach motels. I mean, not all of them have high quality hotels. You know what I'm saying? I'll just say that. Um, so, but the thing is that they do have a chokehold on the hotel business, because the extended family model. It's not just the fact that they're Indians. It's like they use that extended family model to also work the business, and then basically the business ends up flourishing. Then they go have more businesses, while black people, talking about FBA and ADOS, and basically having a European nuclear family model, and then they don't even have the nuclear family model. They missing nucleuses in the nuclear family, because a lot of black people are not even married. They don't even have any nuclear family. They're missing a nucleus. They're missing a atom and a proton, because the wife can't be a wife, and she can't get along with her husband, or can't pick the right husband, because she picked based off her how her pussy felt. you all you gotta do is make a woman pussy feel good. And then she's gonna want to have your baby. I'm gonna give you some free game for you. If you, I mean, this will absolutely probably land you in child support court. But if you wanna motherfucking mesmerize a broad, you know, or whatever, a black woman in America, a lot of women are like this, but black women basically they own the throne on this. Basically, have some good dick. Give her some good dick. Make her pussy feel the best that she ever felt in her life. She'll absolutely have a baby for you, But that good dick, quote unquote, ain't gonna necessarily make her submissive or fucking you get along and be compatible with her. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody can have a baby with a woman. Um you being compatible is another story. But yeah, the black community, yeah, don't really they follow the nuclear family model when they, have children and everything like that and get married, but they only really don't have that like because of the whole single mama revolution thing. So yeah, and thus why the black community is the way it is, why so many ghettos. And I did the live stream and I talked about Maywood versus Naperville. There you go. That's why it's a Maywood, and that's why it's a Naperville. And Maywood wasn't always fucking Maywood. Maywood was primarily a white suburb. Black people from Chicago, from the west side, basically moved out of the west side, and they moved into the suburbs, the western suburbs. And then the white people left and they, what I'm saying, moved into Maywood. Now the Hispanics is moving the black people out of Maywood. And then thus again, here we go. Here we go. See, there we go. That's where the extended family comes in again. The extended family is literally, like I literally said, fucking destroy, like beat stealing on the nuclear family model. Literally. Because yeah, Mexicans do fight blacks, physically fight blacks. Mexicans is not scared of black people like that. They're not. I mean, they are, but like they will fight. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, they will, especially if they got a whole bunch of people. Yeah, they will fight. But yeah, the extended family, the Hispanic or Mexican extended family, basically that's how they also gentrify neighborhoods and kick everybody out. They kick white people out, they kick black people out. I've seen it. I've literally in Illinois, I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen um basically neighborhoods that it's like a life cycle. It's like white people will be a white neighborhood originally, then black people move in, and then Mexicans will come in, and then I've seen whole cities turn Hispanic, basically, primarily Mexican, and it's basically that again that extended family model, extend that extended family model, man, fucking absolutely drop kicks nuclear families, like drop kicks them. And yeah, I mean, people don't see, people don't have the fucking Intel cores processors to fucking break this shit down like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's why I come on here and I break this shit down because what I'm saying, ain't nobody talking about shit like this. I'm not saying they ain't never talked about it, but yeah, I mean, you ain't really thought about it. You just heard some niggas on a pro black channel talking about, Yeah, man, they come and just take us, they kick us out the neighborhood. They don't explain how they do it. Okay. The extended family model is how they fucking do it. And it's why you are struggling to do X, Y, and Z. Because you're following fucking a European model that they even get kicked out of neighborhoods um with the same concept, by other immigrants. But primarily, like, I'll say this, as far as white flight, I'm talking about white flight. If Asians move in, white people are not going to move in. Some Hispanics, they some of them might move, but they not gonna necessarily move with Hispanics. When black people move into neighborhoods, yeah, they move out. Yeah, I've seen it. I've actually been a part of that. And it's tripped out as hell, but they move as soon as black people move in. Yeah, white folks, they move out. And then it's like the Mexicans come in after the black people move in. It's tripped out as hell, but I've seen it. Um, I've seen whole towns, cities get basically just take over. Like, um, what I'm saying? All of a sudden you see a bunch of fucking um goddamn it taco trucks and them little fucking popsicle carts and shit with the bells and shit. And then you got motherfucking churro stand, restaurants and shit with Mexican corn and shit. Like, I've seen it. I've seen that shit, man. That shit tripped out. And it's like, yeah, like um that extended family model, man. Like, people don't break it down like that. They don't talk about that extended family model in detail. How you basically got a whole basically family against yo in one house, and you just a single mama with some kids, and then what I'm saying, complaining about a bunch of Hispanics, what I'm saying, moving in, buying houses and shit. Of course they are, because they got all of these people pulling in resources with your little single check, and what I'm saying, your little money you get for your kids. And it's like, yeah, like, meanwhile, what the poverty rate of single mothers is like 40%. And it's like, okay, you know, you basically, in order to be independent, you took a risk of less money, what I'm saying, in order to be independent, because two households make more money. Two parent households at least make more money, than single parent households. Duh. Duh. But it's like, the thing is that, yeah, extended families are even better. You know, I didn't grow up in no extended family type shit. Like, actually, kind of I did. I ain't gonna lie to you, but it's not. It's weird. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I did live in an extent. Like, I lived in a. This is tripped out. Like, I lived in the and it's weird. It's kind of tripped out, but it's like, yeah, African American extended family. Like, yeah, my grandparents was upstairs. My mother lived there. My father, I lived there. My uncle was there. But this is just see, I ain't gonna cap to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. The reason why we all lived there is because motherfuckers was broke. That's why we was living there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was fucking broke. Like, it wasn't no everybody was living there, pulling their money and all that, and they were having family meals and all that. Yeah, we was having family meals and shit, but that was the closest that I ever had to, like, living in an extended family. But it wasn't like typical. Like, I don't know, like, it wasn't. And I know people be embarrassed to disclose shit, but I refuse to get on the internet and lie to people and to be posing and capping and shit. You know, I just don't I choose not to do that. And it ain't no big thing for me to not do that. Cause I mean, you know, a lot of time I forget this shit. Like, I mean, you know, I forgot that's what happened. We was all living in it one particular time for like a year or two. Like my, you know, basically we was all living in one house. But yeah, man, it's you know, it is some people that live like that, but um, you know, the extended family model, man, is more defined, I think, with immigrants as far as it's a little different scenario. And I guess it's the same concept. They all pulling their money together. They ain't got no money to necessarily buy anything else yet. Um, and they, you know, default is the extended family model. So I mean, you know, I ain't gonna be too hard on myself, but yeah, you know, it is a thing. It definitely is a thing, and you know, it's a winning system that you know that's what a lot of these families do, and that's one of the reasons why they take over. It's not they got a loan or none of that bullshit. You know, they all pull their resources together and all pull their labor together on a business. You know, if everybody got shifts and they working at the convenience store and the fucking gas stations and shit. Yeah, they got a fucking successful model and they know it works. It works in their home country and it works outside of their home country. And that's how they win. That's how they kick ass. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, don't nobody hardly fucking talks about that shit. You know, they always talk about some or they got a loan or they, you know, this and that. They don't talk about that extended family. That's how they motherfucking got what they where they are. They got that extended family on your ass.
Message.
You know? So you know, the thing is that I mean, I know it's hard to not be debt to be debt free. I get it. I understand. It's difficult, you know. All you gotta do is what? Get a mortgage and there you go. I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't you know, I know people got car loans and shit like that. That's you know, and I you know, it is what it is, you know, that's what people do. Like I think those are definitely like those expensive car loans are definitely avoidable. You do not need no expensive car loan like you do not need no 2024 um Chrysler 300. Like, you know what I'm saying, for $58,000 you know, and you finance it for 6 years or 7 years. You don't need that. You don't the people don't need that shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like those are avoidable. Like I give you the mortgage, okay? You got to get you a house, I'll give you that. But you know what people fuck up, you know, and I'll say this again, like the whole car shit. I mean, I got a car loan, it's like 2 years. It was like original balance was like it's like 6 grand. Okay. I mean, that's that's affordable, that's fine. Like fucking 6 years and your car payment is like you got a balance of 60 grand. That's crazy. That's absolutely bonkers. Like, I mean, I know people got more car balances than that. They got, you know, Range Rovers and all this other shit. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, that's why you ain't got no money for no house. See, the people crying about they ain't got no money to buy a house and shit. Okay, you people that's crying, right? Do you buy brand new cars? Or I'm not even gonna say buy. Do you buy brand new car loans? Meaning you go out and get car loans. Like you get brand new cars and then you pay a car loan for 5 or 6 years. Like you people that cry about houses, do you get brand new cars at the dealerships and shit? That's my question that I would ask you people that be crying. I'm gonna do a TikTok about that shit. Like, yeah, I'm gonna do a TikTok about that. That's something I'm gonna do because, like, yeah, like you people that crying about housing prices and not being able to afford housing. Do you have? My question is, do you have car loans? Do you do? Are you a regular um car loan buyer? Meaning, okay, you had a 2014 and then you traded that in to get a 2024 car, and then before you even had the 2014, you had a 2008 car, and you just basically, you like every 5 to 6 years you get a new car loan that's like literally like $50,000 or more. Like, yeah, if you do that, yeah, of course you ain't got no money. That was where your house was right there. Those three cars, you don't. That's what your house. You drove around in your house. Yeah, that's what you. That's literally what y'all be doing. I know what the average American does. Trust me. Trust and believe. I used to be that. I used to be the average American. I mean, basically only 23. What is it? Where's that banner at? So, okay, if, and I know people don't like me and shit like that because I point out the truth and this shit sucks. The shit I be saying makes a motherfucker want to grab a gun and blow themselves away if they ain't already wanted to do that. I get it. This shit ain't, you know what I'm saying? I'm literally be coming on here and even I'm being considerate. Now I'm lightly shitting on y'all niggas. I get it. I know. So I mean, basically, this means that 78%, 77% of people are in debt. That's what that means. If 23% of people are debt free, that means fucking 77% of people are in debt. And I know it's embarrassing. It fucks up your whole channel, your experience, your expertise, whatever boomer, Gen Xer, whatever, demographic you're in, and you're in debt. You're in debt. You don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck how important you think you are, you're in debt. And coming around me, basically reminds you of your financial vulnerability. I mean, cause like, I mean, to be honest with you, I get it. Like, I'm gonna, what I'm saying. Like, I mean, if even before even when I was in debt, that was my whole thing. Like, debt, debt, debt. Like, broke, broke, broke. Like, what we gotta get out of this shit. We gotta do better. We gotta get out. You know what I'm saying? Talking about debt snowballs and investing and blah blah blah. Everything was a lot of things were revolving around money and trying to get out of debt and trying to have some type of financial freedom. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, if you really hung around me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna ask them some questions, and it's like, basically, okay, all right, you just a broke dude that's focusing on other things other than the fact that you broke. It's like the end of the day, and it's like that's not, you know, that's it's kind of tripped out. But it's like, yeah, man. I mean, that's really not that cool. I mean, that's I think people need to be more. I think more people need to have channels like mine where They trying to deal with being, trying to be debt free. You know, I think I really do. I really do think that it should be more channels like myself, like mine, to talk about people basically being more debt free. I mean, it should be a national emergency. Like, if 77% of people are in debt, of course, that's why people out here robbing and killing people. I mean, why people committing suicide? Literally, that's what I just that's what Let me help you out because all right, if 23% of Americans are debt free, okay, let me change this to you, help you out. This is why people why America is the way it is, why Chicago is the way it is, you know, why people robbing, stealing, drug dealing, you know, people relationships are an issue right here, right here, right here, baby. This is why. This is why. This is why shit is the way it is. All right. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta make some modifications here. This is why. This is the problem. This is the national fucking outcry right here. This is why people are in the problems that they're in. Right here. This is the rabbit hole topic right here. So all the pussy and dick conversations, that's why those, okay, yeah, you can make a little coin and all of that, have bitches on the panel twerking and all of that. I get it. But this is the biggest problem. This is the problem of why all of the problems exist right here. This is why you avoid me. This is why you avoid, your debt. Because I remind you, of that. You know what I'm saying? Every once in a while, I'll come on here and I remind you of this right here. This is the reality of all realities right here. Fuck all that other bullshit. Really, to be honest, let's be real. Fuck all the other goofy shit. Fuck all the pussy dick bullshit. This is the real bullshit right here. This is the shit. This is the shit right here. No cap, no chaser, straight like that. This is what people are avoiding for whatever reason. And I'm not gonna say you should be listening to me and blah 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 blah. I really don't. That ship has sailed. That was last year's conversation or years prior. I give zero fucks about that or whatever. You listening to me or not. Give give two shits. I mean, obviously, yeah, I would like more people to carry my message. I mean, I already know people do that anyway because they go to their channel and then they, next thing you know, they talking like a parrot and they repeating the shit I'll be talking about, or they talking about me, with the group of other people that they, critiquing and shit like that. But I, what I'm saying, like I said, I was listening to some live streams and shit like, yesterday, and what I'm saying, it's like I ain't got no reason to not mention names and all of that. I really don't. I don't. My ego is pretty much in check. I'm not gonna lie. Like, in order to really deal with the debt problem, one of the ways to deal with it is to kind of check your ego. It's helpful It's very helpful to check your ego. Good morning. Good morning, T Riller. Yeah, I already know my camera is off. I mean, the one of the ways to check your to deal with debt is to check your ego, because it is an ego thing. Like, the reason why you go get the fucking car with the car payments and the fucking this and that, you spend your credit cards and getting in debt, those are ego driven problems. The seven deadly sins. Like, I know all of the Catholics and all of that, the pedo and all that shit. I mean, the seven deadly sins is a fucking valid you know what I'm saying? If it's one thing that I gotta give to the Catholics, that's seven deadly sins. That is some shit there. That is a thing. That is a fact. Those seven deadly sins are are a thing. And one of those is uh um pride. And pride is synonymous with ego. And your ego is, I gotta pose and pretend I got it. And I know everybody wanna have it. I get it. I want to have it too. I got it. I got a little bit of it. I mean, everybody want to have it, man. I think when you come out your mama pussy, yeah, you want to have it. I mean, it's a natural urge, man. It's a natural desire to want to fucking have it. I get it. But you gotta understand, it's a psychology to this shit as well. And it's like people are it's really a psyops. The psyops is for you to basically use your ego, for other people to influence your ego to spend money to basically perpetuate you being in debt, to keep you being in debt. I mean, and it works great. Obviously, if 77% of people are in debt, it's working great. I'm the only motherfucker besides, okay, Dave Ramsey has a bigger audience and all of that. I mean, he ain't even talking about this shit like this. I'm on some ghetto kind of like raw in your face kind of Dan Pena style cussing at you 2 o'clock in the morning and shit to the wee hours of the morning, telling you some hardcore facts and shit, talking about this is why the immigrants do this and do that, in your face, fucking military style drill sergeant. This is how it is. Take it, no chaser. Yeah, if this is the case, and it is, it's a fact. There's some statistics I just pulled up on Google in the wee hours of the morning. I mean, I already talked about certain things like this, but this should be a national fucking emergency. But it ain't. It ain't nobody talking about it. And again, all of this shit relates back to why, this is the way it is in relationships and all that. Yeah, even these women are drowning out here. And I'm seeing it. I mean, I know we like kikiing and we goddamn it drizzling and having a good time, clapping hands, high fiving, while these women are drowning out here, and it's like, yeah, we'll give them a fucking life raft, but they got a drizzle, and yeah, they do, and they are, and they know what they have to do. They're not they know what they got to do. They got to go see Nate. But and they happily seeing Nate, and then they gonna see Pookie afterwards. But the thing is this: regardless of all of that, I mean, this is why this is the way it is. This is why it's so fucked up. You know, um, And it's not racial. This is not racial. This is the funny thing about this. I'm talking about it from my perspective of being a black African American male in the United States. This is my vantage point, right? But I ain't said this statistic is not racial. It's not nothing to do with no black and white, none of this shit. This is all fucking Americans. 77% of that. I didn't say 77% of black Americans, white Americans, or anything. I said Americans. This is all fucking people in America. 77% in fucking debt. Wage slaves, salary slaves to fucking consumer products. Driving around in 2024s, 2023s, 2022s, 2021s, 2020s, 2019s, paying car notes, paying for this, paying for that. Consumer slaves, debt slaves. Yeah. I mean, this is what that song with Childish Gambino. This is America. But ain't nobody trying to talk. They ain't trying to tell you that. I'm the only fucking yope on this internet on YouTube telling you this shit. And I ain't talking about no shadow ban or none of that or whatever. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I mean, like, okay, what? If somebody listens to me, is acid going to be poured inside your ears or something by some type of secret elite, secret societal group? I don't think so. I mean, that might be far fetched. I just people, really, to be honest, man, I don't. This is not entertaining. I mean, somewhat. I think I am somewhat entertaining, but I mean, I'm not going out my way to entertain you. I don't have my soundboards, and I mean, I do have, I'll hit a little banner or little whatever, you know. This
This is the worst.
okay. Does that get you? Does that get you? Some type of awareness or understanding. Shit, because it is the worst. It's fucked up. I just, you know what I'm saying? I just decided to come on here. I ain't really want to come on here. I was just gonna be like, you know what? Let me just, go, you know what I'm saying? Go to bed and just call it a day. But I just felt compelled to come on here, man. And, you know, I didn't really have much to say, but, the conversation led to how it led. I ain't want to listen to no live streams with a bunch of people not really talking about what's important. So I decided to do it. I wasn't gonna spend another fucking night listening to motherfuckers yell and complain about fucking black women or bullshit ass memes and shit like that. I had to come on here and talk about some real shit because ain't nobody else was talking about some real shit. So I had to do it. And I wanted to do it. Cause instead of listening to all that other goofy shit, and that's fine. Like, people can live the life they want to live. Like, I you know what I'm saying? People do what they want to do, but I got a fucking channel too, and I got StreamYard and all that other shit too. So I decided I'm just gonna do my fucking live, and I'm gonna talk about what I think I need to talk about. And I think I started off. What did I start off talking about? Oh yeah, egos of men. Why men basically, because I was listening to Zero's a content creator called Zero. He kind of well, I ain't gonna say he like me, but he does have an IT background. I talked to him on a panel, I think with I think that was Citizen Lou a while back, but it was like basically he was talking about egos of men, why men hoard information because they're competitive. But the thing is what I was going to hop on the panel, but I was like, nah, I ain't. I kind of like I've been kind of trying to stay away from panels, or I see the new term is pana. I've been kind of staying away from panas because you got to understand I'm not of this 77%, okay? And I got a different. I ain't gonna say I'm better than nobody. I'm not saying I'm better, but I'm not in this 70 percentile. And I have a different, totally different mindset. Obviously, if 77% have this mindset and this is okay and acceptable, I obviously don't have that mindset and I do not think it's acceptable. So, obviously, just based off of just debt, I don't agree with most people. That's a fact. That's a cold, hard fact. I do not agree with most people. I don't have, I mean, I have obviously a lot of things that I do agree with other people, but it's one particular fucking thing that I don't agree with that other people are accepting of or okay with to some degree or another that I am absolutely not. And that's basically debt. And I don't agree with other people with. And I take absolutely extreme um fucking moves in life to avoid this fucking thing, this debt type of reality. And I have been preaching for other people, and I ain't gonna lie, the purposes of me preaching of my fucking extreme stance as far as like buying cheap properties in stressed, highly distressed neighborhoods and shit like that. That's an extreme way to fucking be debt free. I'm not gonna lie. And I have been preaching that if that's a way that you could do it or whatever, if you have to do it that way, yeah, you should do it. I ain't gonna lie. I understand that if people can't, everybody can't do that or are not able to do that or don't want to do that. I understand that, but I still am on my soapbox preaching that because it's like, yeah, that's the fuck, man. Like, I mean, shit. It just seems like a no brainer to me. And don't get me wrong, like, okay, where I live, okay, I live in Gary, Indiana. It's a lot of people moving here because the thing is that um it's a few things. One of the things is this is basically kind of a war zone. You gotta look at everything like war. It's a war zone. The reason why I call it a war zone is because it's basically white flight. That's the reason why Gary, Indiana is like it is. It's white flight. And it's in white people flee from certain areas and they take the economics, they take the resources, they take the tax bases, they take the jobs with them wherever they go, wherever they flee from. So they leave the niggas, or whoever's left to fend for themselves. And it happens a lot of places. I've seen it happen in so many places. It's almost textbook. And it's an economic war, okay? And I understand economic warfare. I haven't read no books on it or anything like that, or I ain't really, extreme with it. I just understand it from a basis of I've seen it happen before. I've seen, that's what happened to Dalton, Illinois. Where your city girl mayor is from is, basically over and all that. I seen it. I seen it go down. I seen white flight go on. I know what happens. I understand what happens when, basically white wealth leaves a particular city, town, and everything like that. What happens? What's the fallback from that? Well, Gary, Indiana is before I was born, they've been surviving white flight. You know, this it's been going on. Gary, Indiana had like the first black mayor in like the United States, like in a major city. Like that was in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they've been dealing with this shit for since the Jackson Fives was singing and shit. So like they, you know, the thing is that I will say the tides is turning to a sense. There is a thing. The way society is going, the way the real estate economy is going, they need. I talked about this plenty of times. There's a couple things that people don't understand about real estate. One of the things, yeah, of course, people need a place to live. Okay, they're gonna buy some real estate, right? But what other people don't really think about is people that make money off of real estate, like real estate investors, you know, real estate and agents and realtors and stuff like that. They also need to make money off of real estate. And guess what? Guess what city has a bunch of real estate? Gary, Indiana. And that's what's going on. And it's like, you know, I ain't gonna lie. I saw the play. I saw the formula. You know, I thought Gary was a shithole. The whole city was a shithole. No, that's not how it is. I mean, it's good, bad, ugly parts of Gary, Indiana. It's not like the whole people's concept of Gary is that the whole city is a shithole. And I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it depends on how you look at things. I couldn't necessarily argue against that, but all I can say is they cleaning the shit up. You know, I'm part of that. Like I you know took this old fucking 100-year-old house and I'm you know slowly cleaning this shit up. I pretty much fixing this fucker up and you know there's other people doing the same things. People got way more money than I got that's doing it. You got fucking Dame Dash talking about Gary, Indiana now. I mean, this shit is it's a wrap. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Um, I pretty much, you know, I'm good to go. You know, my projections is gonna pay off. You know what I'm saying? But I was, you know, I don't know who the fuck listens. I mean, you know, I'm sure some people have. I mean, because it's like you got fucking hip hop in this whole, you know, you got people from New York in this motherfucker. You got people out of state, you know, in here, buying real estate. So, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen. I look at it like this. It's probably gonna take Generation Alpha to fix Gary, Indiana. Detroit, I don't know. Like, I think Detroit probably is gonna be kind of resolved or repaired or faster. Now, you know, I don't really have, you know, certain content that I wanted to put out or certain things. It was like one particular thing I wanted to put out was cities that went from like grade F to like, you know, grade A. You know, that's what happened in New Orleans. So after Katrina, after the levees broke or whatever, I know it's conspiracies with that and stuff. Basically, all of them, they basically, for whatever, the levees kicked everybody out. Okay, the Katrinians or whatever. They basically washed them out. So then they start building up New Orleans again to where it's like now you got $1 million fucking homes and shit and all that. And it's like basically that's that's what happens. I mean, sometimes it could be different factors where it could be a particular kind of grade of neighborhood. It'll turn back to like maybe D and then C, then even all the way to A. That's what happened in New York. Literally, like in my lifetime, when I was a baby to now, New York was the Bronx and Brooklyn, um, a lot of different boroughs in New York was trash. absolute it was like bad land. They it was a part of New York. I don't know where. I think it was the Bronx. It was called the Badlands. Like it was like broken up concrete buildings, like just dilapidated buildings and all of that type of stuff, slumlord housing. And I mean, decades of innovation. You know, you got all of the technology from the 80s, the internet boom of the 90s. You know, I mean, a lot of money was made. And, you know, you're talking trillions of dollars of money from Wall Street and all of that. Then, you know, boom. I mean, now you can't even people can't even live in New York. They can't. They moved out. A lot of the people that lived in New York, they were moved. They had to move elsewhere because they got priced out. It's the same thing that happened in California. And it's like a lot of times people, they just kind of don't know what's coming. And by the time they know what's coming, they don't have enough money to even react to it. They don't even, you know what I'm saying? They can't even, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people got pushed out of New York because they couldn't afford to live there. Because the prices just they couldn't keep up with it. You know, it's happening in Chicago. Like they literally, this is what they do. This is very, very textbook. To kick people out, they raise the taxes. The taxes will do it because yeah, you might be able to pay your mortgage, right? You might not even have a mortgage, but all the taxes got to do is go up, and boom, there you go. Let's say your tax bill is $1,000. Now it's $5,000. Then it goes from 5,000 to $10,000. Okay, there you go. Can't pay that. Can't afford it. Who's gonna be able to afford it? The people that got money. Who's got money? You know who's got money. I've done live streams on who's got money. You know what I'm saying? Basically, that's how they do it. And then next thing you know, you got coffee shops, you got motherfuckers that you ain't never seen before, uh running down the street with their dog on a leash. And I'm talking about you lived in the hood, and it's like you wake up, you seeing you seeing people, strange looking people walking their dog and shit, seeing coffee shops opening, yoga studios opening. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing. I love coffee and yoga and dogs and shit. I ain't got nothing against it. I'm just saying that's what happens. Like that's literally they even got documentaries on YouTube. The 1%, I played it on here. Like they raise the taxes. You know what I'm saying? They build like a police station. The dude's talking about it. Like, this is what we do. We get them to open up a police station. They close the schools. Then they raise the taxes. They ain't really probably say that, but that's what they do. They raise the taxes. And then a lot of times they don't even really, like, this is how you can raise taxes. Real simple. Whole bunch of people fix up their house. The cops go up. The taxes go up because the improvement on the land and the what's on the land, the assets on the land. It basically, that's what you pay taxes off of. Then the taxes go up. They could keep going up. Then the people that live there, that they're used to paying their taxes at a certain amount, they're no longer able to pay those taxes. They either lose their houses from tax sales, and or they lose it, or they have to put it up for sale to avoid a tax sale. And then ultimately they're out of their home. They got to move somewhere else, and that's what happens. Like, I mean, just the taxes that's like textbook. That's what they do. Like, man, next thing you know, man, the whole neighborhood different. It's just It's just basically new money coming in that can afford to pay them taxes. More richer, wealthy people that's able to pay those taxes. That's it. That's all it is. Like, and it ain't necessarily gentrification. People think it's race related. No, it is to a certain extent. So a lot of times, but no, it's just new money coming in. That's really what it is. It's like people that can afford to pay the new price. That's all it is. You know, that's literally what it is. Like a lot of times, white people tend to have the money, so yeah, they move. They tend to move in. White people already own real estate, though. That's how I look at it. I don't look at it like okay, who owns the banks primarily? Who are in the board of directors, the owners, the charters, and all of that? So who had okay? Whoever owns the banks have the mortgages. All of these people, okay, even in Gary, is mostly black, but it's white people, it's a few Hispanics, or whatever. A lot of these people that they're paying mortgages, they already own the fucking real estate as it is because you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, it's like, man, I ain't gonna even try to break down as far as as far as how much trillions white people have as far as wealth. I'm not even. I mean, it's. I'm not gonna even go there. I'm not even gonna waste my brain cells on that. But the thing is that definitely just the banks alone, the mortgage companies, they already have the notes for the fucking mortgages. Even in the hood, whatever hood you want to name, people that live in that hood that have mortgages. It's I can't I don't know any black owned mortgage companies or banks that don't have mortgages. I mean, I know it is black banks, but very few of them have mortgages that are outstanding. I mean, most of the banks like JP Morgan, fucking Chase, fucking Bank of America, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, those are the primary people that are banks that have outstanding mortgages and all of that, or mortgage notes out there. They already have the notes, so they already own the real estate. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. Cause I don't look at it from a perspective like the average person. I'm not, I'm not saying I'm fucking goddamn it Jerome Powell, but yeah, I am to a certain degree a financial expert. I've been year after year doing just like I said when I started. I mean, I've I've been researching, studying, putting in the work in order to be the way I am, to know what I know. That's just what I've been doing for years and years. So yeah, I know some things. Like, and I look at things a different way than the average person. Did I go to fucking Wharton Business School? No, I didn't. Did I major in business at one time? Yes, I did. From a small, college or whatever, it's junior college. Yeah, yeah, yes, I did. Okay, but no, I didn't go to Wharton Business School. I didn't go to Harvard Business School. But I do know a little bit about business. I do know a little bit about finances. That's a given. I mean, you know, so it's like, yeah, I look at things a different way. I look at, things from a different perspective. But yeah, when I get on my soapbox and be like, yeah, be debt free, man, be debt free. Whatever you got to do to be debt free, be debt free. Yeah, yeah, I do that. From time to time, do I talk about silly shit and goofy shit and simps and beef with internet trolls on YouTube? Yeah, I do that. But at the very core of my channel, I come back and I talk about, they got motherfuckers in debt, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you know, people, man, you know what I'm saying, in debt, right? That's what I do. I go right back to it. Like, okay, the reality of the situation. We got a whole bunch of people in debt, right? it's like 1% this wealthy and rich, right? Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to remind you, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the wake up channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget all that dry bullshit. This is the real shit, and you can do it. You can. All you got to do, man, is just make it a reality. Just look at it. Look at it from a realistic vantage point and not a delusional fantasy vantage point. And there you go. It's like on some Matrix. It's like some finance. Basically, what I'm talking about is like basically people try to put the Matrix in a situation where they came to YouTube and took the all the peel shit and they packaged it into talking about hoes and bitches and shit. Basically, what I'm saying is, okay, take that same vantage point and put it into finances. Talk about, like, and that's really what the quote unquote with red pill, it'll be awakened and all of that. It's to be awakened by everything. It wasn't just bitches and women. Like when I came on YouTube, I was like, damn, this is unique as hell. So, like, I mean, basically, when I watched the movie The Matrix, right, created by a black woman called that was stole by a black woman, Sophia Green, by the weird ass Wachowski brothers, that she sued and won because they basically stole her idea from basically a writing contest or something like that, and they took it and made billions of dollars, with her fucking Matrix idea or whatever started literally. Okay, so the Matrix is actually a prequel of the Terminator. The Terminator and the Matrix is in the same universe. And it's like, okay, I watched damn near all of the. You know what? I don't know if I saw the last Terminator, and I definitely, I'll be late to certain stuff, but I didn't see the last Matrix either. But the thing is this: when I watched all those movies, the movies I did watch, I thought it was all of the reality. I didn't think when I came to YouTube, I was like, oh, okay, so they packaged this shit up to just talk about women and shit. Cause it's like, okay, the idea of the Matrix or the pills and all that is to be awakened by every fucking aspect of reality. Not just no goddamn women. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about like people controlling shit and all of that. So it's like, yeah, I mean, just when I come on here and I talk about, I talk about try to talk about everything, but it's like, okay, from the financial perspective, look at that shit like the Matrix as well. Like this red pill financial talk, like black pill financial talk. Like that's all I'm saying. Like, okay, wake the fuck up. Like, yeah, it's 77% of people that's stuck in the fucking Matrix, in those machines, getting sucked dry every day because it's like your reality is fucked up. You don't understand what the fuck is going on, and that's all I'm saying. Like, okay, wake the fuck up. Like, if you, all you gotta do, just be serious about this shit. And the more serious you can be serious about it, the better. And then that's it. You will eventually be debt free and then go from there. Like, I mean, that's all you gotta do, just be serious about this shit. You be serious about it, that's the step, that's the first step. You just, what I'm saying, be serious about it and understand, you know, basically where you are within it, and then go move accordingly. If you gotta fucking move to Pennsylvania, okay, fine. You can always go back once you get some money. I mean, I ain't gonna be in Gary, Indiana for the rest of my life. I'll be wherever the fuck I, want to be, whatever, after I make the money. I just got a good deal, and that was it. Like, I'm be honest with you, like, all I got to do is get another good deal wherever else, and I'm there. Like, I'll be buying some more. But the thing is this, man, it's an uphill battle. Um, this, I like I said, we taught to believe that middle class is this and all that, and really middle class is higher, way higher, probably 10, like I said, it's at least 10 times higher, in my opinion, and even more, the true middle class than what we're taught to believe what the middle class is. And that's where they get you. That's where they keep you asleep. Because if your barometer is, yeah, if you make 50,000 to 100, if you're making 50,000, you're in the middle class, like, oh, they really got you on that. they that's where they first get you. I ain't gonna lie, like that was a good one. That was that was a real good one right there. You in the middle class if you make $50,000, man. That was real good, boy. I gotta give it to him on that one. That was good than a motherfucker, boy.
Got him! Got him!
That was real good, man. They be rocking motherfuckers to sleep, boy, with that one, boy. Middle class is 50,000. Oh boy, I did so many live streams talking about that goofy shit. Oh my god. Boy, we would had. Oh my god, we would had. Oh man. $50,000. $100,000 is upper class. Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh my god, man, they really got our ass in a tizzy, boy. I mean, just programmed to just be dumb. $100,000 is upper class, man. God damn it. Oh man. Meanwhile, the reality. This is the reality of the Matrix. Is basically nowhere near the $100,000 is anywhere close to you being uphill to where the true middle is, and even the upper class, the elite. You ain't even nowhere near making 100. I made $100,000 last year. That shit was hilarious. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like making money, but ain't nowhere near anything to make no serious fucking gap or anything like that. I mean, nowhere near it. Like, I mean, this is the true fucking middle right here. And you definitely need more than $100,000 to um be in the middle of this here, of this wealth distribution chart. And here's the thing. I ain't gonna be talking too much. I mean, I'll definitely get off, but the thing is this is a country where you can have some type of financial success. It's not easy, and it is a type of system. It is not necessarily equitable as people believe it is. Meaning they not just giving out money, and it's not like you. It's a system that you gotta have some type of like system to deal with this system, like whatever that is. Whether it could be your daily routine, whatever the case may be. But the thing is this, like, it's not equal. Like, it's a lot of, like, I mean, part of what I talk about on this channel was the different ways that this basically this system is unequitable. A lot of people are complaining about it. I mean, mainly people are complaining about mortgages. But again, I have to ask the people that are complaining about mortgages, and if you're honest enough, any part of this video now, or even in, once this uploads, in the comment section, tell me, the people that are crying and complaining, be honest with me. People that are crying and complaining about the price of housing, please tell me, kind sir or ma'am, have you bought any new cars lately? And if so, how many? If you can really be honest with me, to tell me. So, because yes, that's one of the reasons why you probably can't afford a house, because you definitely bought new cars. And I know that it shouldn't be the case. It should be so much wealth. It should be gliding down. It should be checks in your mail. Like I get it. I understand, but this country just doesn't work like that. This country is very unequitable. If you look up the equitable countries in the world, right, as far as wealth distribution, the United States is not at the top. You might think it appears it's so. That's why a lot of people, I'm not gonna say a lot of people, but some people come to this country, and their idea of coming to this country is based off of people that they see, as far as, again, the lifestyle that they see on the internet and on TV. But when they come over here and they get, basically, they realize how hard it is to make money and to work jobs and all of that stuff and deal with all of the people at jobs and shit, and the stress at work and all of that. And they realize how hard it is, and how much of a uphill it is, climb to become wealthy in this country. They go back to their own country. Yeah. Huh. And, and then the food and all of that type of stuff, yeah, they gain weight. Yeah, they go back to their country, like, because it's not easy as it appears it is. Now, some people are able to have successes, but some people come over here. It's a lot of, it's a lot of immigrants that do DoorDash as well. Like, I noticed that. Like, and then they like, man, fuck this shit, man. I'll go back home, man. Like, this is crazy, because it's not like all of that is propaganda. Like, you know um even a person is lying on the internet or whatever about how much money they make and what they really doing, and they not really doing that. It's not necessarily propaganda, but they kind of feeding into it, because they lying to people, making it seem like they got a whole bunch of money, and they don't. And they just renting a Bentley for a fucking Instagram video or whatever, or renting out a fucking Airbnb, in a mansion or something. I don't know, or just going to somebody's mansion that they know, that their friend, and taking some videos, appearing like they rich, But it's like, yeah, I mean, whatever the case may be, yeah, it's not as easy as people think it is. It is to kind of break into this wealth inequality. But I think it's possible, but it's not as easy as people um think it is. People think, when I was a kid, I thought it was gonna be easy, man. All I gotta do is graduate high school. Yeah, I'm gonna be a millionaire. Everything, man. Me and my homies, we used to smoke weed, and we used to talk about all kind of crazy shit. A lot of the stuff that we talked about came true. It was a black president, check. Um, we became legal for the most part, check, but we ain't became millionaires yet. The funniest thing, like the hardest things that possibly we thought was gonna happen, but we thought the easiest was gonna become a millionaire. Ain't came a millionaire yet. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, it's a thing, where it's it's a lot of, it's just a lot of stuff, man. A lot of red tape. Like, I'll say this for a fact. Um, it's a classist thing that's going on in this country. Um, it's not just class, 100% class. It's not a purist classist issue, but it's a very much a racial element to that classism, primarily a concentrated a racial aspect that is in a mix of the classism, but it's definitely classism. It's a concentrated level of classism in this country, and um trying to break that, it's not as easy as people think it is. It's very concentrated. The wealthy pretty much hang with the wealthy, um, and they close the door of their mansions to the world, and you can't come back, you can't come through. Like you can't get inside that door as easy as you might think, and it just basically shut out. But and that's the funny thing, like, the whole Kendra G, you know, I want a man to make 100,000. He got to have a minimum of $100,000. You know, and they got Newports and they pocket, and obviously the way they look, their mannerisms, their behavior is basically of a low octane scale, basically, like 87 and below. And they want, and they talking about they make 100,000. They want a man that makes just at least $100,000, which, I'm not I know I diminished $100,000 later. I mean earlier, but yeah, even just to make $100,000 is not that many men that make $100,000. It's like, 10%, no, between about 15 to 10% of men that make that. And it's like, yeah, they definitely not trying to make, get with no chick like that, and it's like, the thing is when you talk about like the wealthy 1% or 0.1%, they definitely not about to fuck around like that. Like, they probably would, but you at the very least, they looking at you like you're a cum bucket. They might give you a little money or whatever, but you're their cum bucket. The wealthy and rich pretty much marry, in most cases and most times, other rich people. They don't fuck around. They don't fuck around and just, deal with just regular people. They basically consolidate themselves amongst other people that have the same amount of wealth they have. That's what they've been doing that's been going on for fucking millennia. It's not changed. But the thing is this, looking at it as such, it's reality. And from that reality, you make some type of strategy for you to, if that's what you desire to have, or if that's what you want to tap into, realizing, okay, it's not necessarily easy. Okay, and it is something that is exclusive. So you got a lot of people that they do make money, like, these guys, they getting drafted now, they signing contracts, they have absolutely no clue of what that level that they have, that they're reached. They know it's a big deal. I'm not going to take that away from them. They don't know what they're involved with. Like, they don't know what how significant it is. And also, I mean, they probably know by now, okay, yeah, a lot of people that make it to the NFL, they get broke and all of that type of stuff. But they don't know, what I'm saying, like, how to actually kind of play within that system. Like, they might be in that system and they make a whole bunch of money, and they're, automatically now they're wealthy. They're in the 1%. But after, anything that happens, like they get traded away, they break a femur, whatever, and their value diminishes. Then next thing you know, they can barely make a practice squad, and then boom, they basically back home at their house. And then the income goes from, you know they was making $100 million to, then after about a couple years, they got still a little money left because they got, contracts that they got to pay them out. And then boom, income drops, substantially, from like making millions of dollars to barely making $100,000 a year, like. And it's like, yeah, that's a big drop. And they don't know how to make the money outside of the NFL. Key point, make the money outside of the NFL. God forbid they get involved with an accountant that counts their money for them and steals it. Then, they get a lawsuit. Dude goes to jail. Good luck them getting that money back. And there you go. Like now they got, 10 million dollars, or few $1 million to $10 million that's gone. They'll never get back. Um, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of moving parts with that, but they, just do a lot of stuff, and it's based off of them kind of not knowing how, because you can get a whole bunch of money overnight, and you don't necessarily know how to just kind of intermingle within, basically, you in a whole new class system, if you've never been in that class system, and you just don't really know how to move within it. Even me, like, not gonna lie, I can't move in that class system, that higher class system. But I ain't gonna necessarily say 100% to you that I'm just gonna be automatically comfortable with that, because them people don't know me. They don't, you're not in that group. Them people went to school with each other. They know of each other, as far as they've been to certain events and country clubs, and it's a whole nother world that a lot of people ain't never been in. And it's like you joining that world, you're not gonna fit in, that. But I guess I'll say this. I think I'll be all right, because I don't fit in either world. I don't fit in the hood. I don't fit in. Um, I mean, I will say I do fit in the suburbs. That's where I grew up. That's where I grew up, went to school and everything, like the suburbs and stuff. But you know, I definitely probably would say it'll probably be like it is when I be in the hood and shit. Like, pretty much don't fit in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll probably be like that. Like, maybe I probably fit in better, because basically living around rich people is kind of like most rich people live in the suburbs, like upper class suburbs. So I probably would fit in better. But I definitely probably, I would say, I know I wouldn't fit in fully, because it's just a totally different, you know, I reality. But where I find it interesting with a lot of these athletes and stuff is, what they do is, because they know they don't fit in with their new class, they go back to the hood. They become millionaires, right? Because this concept I know I wouldn't do. Okay, I got $100 million contract. I got a signing bonus of $15 million, cash. And then I go that evening, I go to a hood club. I go to a club in the hood. I mean, that concept to me is just like, it's just hilarious, because I know I wouldn't do that. I mean, like, absolutely not. That's what they do, because I mean, like, their new world, they just not it just they haven't conceptualized that this is their new reality and new world. They never really been in it. They haven't even really touched it, because I mean, they might have been around some elite people in college, but they really just, living around them and stuff like that is just something new for them. That's why a lot of them, quite a few, not a lot of them, I'll say some of them crash and burn, like they get in trouble and stuff like that. So they just don't really fit into that world. But the thing is, it's like, because they know they don't fit in, they go back to what their world is, and that's going to hood clubs around normal people just like themselves. And then that's where they fuck up, because that's not their people. They don't know their new people is around people within their same tax bracket, but that's what they do, because that's all they know. They just know to be around people. Are social creatures, so they go around what they know and what they used to. And it's like, to me, to be honest, like, okay, um I get that, because like I say, I gotta be honest with myself. I mean, even if I had the money and the means, and I do have the know-how, having some, understanding the finances more than the average person. Having that money, yeah, I know I wouldn't feel comfortable around these rich people either. Like I still will have a similar kind of reality, but what it is, I probably have the same behaviors that I do now because I don't fit in the hood. I just be in my mansion minding my fucking business. That's all I would do. I wouldn't I wouldn't go downward to go be like in a lower socioeconomic environment just so I can feel comfortable. Hell no. I'll just be just like I am, just be in a richer neighborhood. And just I probably be ordering a lot of shit because see I do understand that reality more than the average person too because see where I lived around rich people before because when I lived up north. I lived around where Just Pearly lives in the northern suburbs of Illinois, and that's where a lot of rich people are. That's where most of the athletes like to play for the Bears, the Bulls. That's where they live, and it's like basically I've been around that environment, and the reason why I say I'll be ordering a lot of shit is so when I used to when I used to go in these rich neighborhoods up in the North Shore, it's predominantly white. And it just these goddamn eyeballs, man. They like lasers. And they just be staring at your ass. And it's like they be just like it's like who the fuck are you? And it's kind of like you see some black like white person in the hood. Like you like what who are you? Where are you coming from? Like they just be look people just be looking. It's kind of like that. And it just it makes you uncomfortable. I ain't gonna lie, like that. you you just all these eyeballs just looking at your ass like you like the only black person in the fucking store. And it's like, yeah, it's an uncomfortable fucking experience. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you on this internet, man. It's an uncomfortable experience. So I'm not gonna lie. I understand as far as like, yeah, you don't really fit in, like, and I mean, you would have to start talking like serious corporate talk to fit in. Like you know, I probably talk like it a little bit, but I mean, like you'd be on some serious like Brian Gumble type of conversation to even fit in, and then like that's how the people that kind of fit in that they live in them areas that they black, they went to the school and everything like that. Like they mama a lawyer, whatever, daddy a doctor or some shit. Like that's how they talk. They talk like Brian Gumble, and it's like you can even say they talk like coons. I mean, but it's like that's how they talk. Like, and they kind of fit in, but it's like I can I speak fucking you know American English. Yeah, I do. I could speak like a hood dude too, but the thing is that yeah, I don't I wouldn't necessarily fit in like that. Like, and I don't trust people. One of the things about me is even it don't matter just because okay, if I got a whole bunch of money overnight, like 10 million, $100 million or some shit. I don't trust fucking rich people either. I don't the same distrust that I have people for people in the hood. I have the same thing with rich people. Like rich people do some crazy shit. You have absolutely like it's nightmarish type of fucking shit that rich people get away with, and that what they do as well. Like I mean, they got more money to do shit and try to get away with it. So yeah, I just don't trust people like that either way. But definitely ain't. It ain't like, okay, if I got a whole bunch of money and I've got a mansion and I'm around all these rich people, I'm gonna put my guard down. Hell no. I mean, one, like I say, like, I mean, most people, like, if you want to be, if you go most of the time, if you get a whole bunch of money, like again, most of the athletes live in the North Shore. That's where they move to. I think that's like, it's almost like everything is like a system. It's like that's where they tell the agents tell them to move to and all of that. Like, and they move there. And it's like, okay, the thing is, like I say, the eyeballs and shit everywhere you go, because you're not living around a bunch of black people. It ain't a whole bunch of fucking black rich people like that in no fucking um no, it ain't. It's in Illinois. The hard truth is, I know it's like different in Maryland and Virginia and shit like that. And I had thoughts about that. Like, man, if I get a whole bunch of money, should I just fucking move to a different state or some shit? Because it's like, okay, in Illinois, there is no upper class black neighborhoods. Like, it's upper middle class black neighborhoods. Like, yeah, I know where the upper middle class black neighborhoods are, but ain't no fucking upper class black neighborhoods where everybody got a fucking mansion and damn near a pool in their backyard with a companion jacuzzi. That just ain't the reality. I mean, Illinois is one of the most segregated uh fucking, or Chicago is one of the most segregated, you know what I'm saying, cities in America. Like, um yes, the Midwest is very racist. Like, okay, don't let the Underground Railroad shit fool your ass. Like, these motherfuckers they just a different type of racist than people down south, but these motherfuckers are very racist. But um the thing is that yeah, it's no middle class fucking city, predominantly middle class, or I mean upper class black city in Illinois or Chicagoland area. No, it is not such. It's pockets where it's like black people live in upper class uh cities, but they ain't got no predominance in no fucking upper class cities or nothing. Like, they got middle class cities. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, the thing is that I'm be honest with you, I wouldn't probably live in no upper class. Like, when I say upper class, I'm not gonna move to Winnetka, or uh I'm not gonna move to um Lake Forest, Illinois. That is just probably not gonna be. If anything, I probably would move in one of the upper middle class black enclaves in the Chicagoland area. Cause I'm be honest, like, them damn eyeballs, man. I dealt with that shit, and I wasn't even rich. Like, I lived in a, like, a really, like, what, like, okay, in the Lake County. Okay, it's Lake County, Illinois. That's the northern suburbs of Illinois, of the Chicagoland area. And it's like cities that they just the poorest of the lake, and they're not poor in the sense where it's like the hood, I mean, or it's like really bad or anything like that. Just they're just the towns that is lower socioeconomic. I'll just say it like that. And it's like, okay, you had uh like, okay, it's quite a few of them, but mainly the three of them is like Waukegan, North Chicago, and Zion, Illinois. I lived in Zion. So these were like cities where you could afford to live there, because Lake County is very, very rich. A lot of people don't even know about Lake County. They just know about Chicago. Lake County is like a fucking secret damn near. You know what I'm saying? And people don't really know about. But it's like literally one of the richest counties in the entire Illinois. Um, that's where the richest town is in Illinois is, which is Winnetka. Um, so the thing is like I wouldn't live there per se. Like they got some of the best real estate, some of the best architecture that you will ever see. Um, and I, passing through there, that's where I had to, I go stop at Walmart in fucking Lake Forest, where there's these $1 million fucking mansions. They got these old English cottage homes and English manors, and even got castles in that motherfucker. And it's like you surrounded by mansions and shit. And it's like, you go to Walmart, you just the eyeballs, you know what I'm saying? And then I worked there and I worked in the area. So coming and going, you know what I'm saying? All these goddamn eyeballs, man. And it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, you can get a white bra, you probably get a white chick that got money too. But I mean, and they, you know what I'm saying? That, that whole bunch of just pearlies around, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, yeah, like I ain't gonna lie, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? If I did, I'd probably have a house there, and then I just wouldn't be there all the time. It'll just be like just a vacant house that I would Airbnb or something. But then I would live probably in one of those upper middle class black enclaves because yeah, man, it's just you know people I get it, like people don't fit in, like you just I understand, it is a thing. um and the whole movie Get Out, you know what I'm saying, because you know what I'm saying, a lot of the a lot of the athletes that play for the Bears and the Bulls, you know what I'm saying, even baseball, whatever, like yeah, they got a white wife, you know what I'm saying, a white girlfriend or whatever, like you know what I'm saying, or they got a Hispanic wife or whatever, and that's what they do, you know what I'm saying, that's how they move, and they kind of use their white girlfriend to kind of like fit in that society, and then become a Brian Gumble nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like fully immersed Brian Gumble. I call them Brian Gumble niggas, man. But I mean, the thing is that it is what it is, man. But anyway, man, I've said a lot. Hopefully, I've provided you more sustenance than the normal shit from pretty much probably some of these individuals, but yeah, I'm gonna get off of here. Hope you have a wonderful Friday.